Recording in progress.
Appear bright. By 2030, the global market is set to more than double and reach $800 billion, powered by a host of exciting innovations. But unsustainable healthcare costs and new technology-enabled competitors threaten to turn medical devices into mere commodities. If they don't act now, device manufacturers risk getting caught between suppliers on one side and distributors and providers on the other. And new entrants will harness data to cut off access to patients and consumers. In order to stay ahead, today's companies need to turn their products into smart devices and integrate customized services and intelligence into their offering. More players will take on broader roles in a bid to get closer to the customer and create real value. The industry's value chain will rapidly evolve. In 2030, we believe multiple value chain configurations will exist, driven by new business models, technologies, and competitors. The key to future success lies in selecting the right configuration for your company. One option is to bypass the chain and connect directly with patients and consumers through intelligence that promotes self-diagnosis and preventative care. This shift to the consumer will be enabled by a host of digital health solutions including wearables, mobile applications, and remote monitoring. Another option is integrating along the value chain through strategic alliances with or acquisitions of providers, distributors, and even payers. These partnerships will be enhanced by offerings such as value-based pricing that increase the return on healthcare spend. Some companies will further extend into building trusted healthcare brands that span the value chain, creating a one-stop shop for care. This option will provide customized care solutions with products, services, and intelligence fueled by the latest advances in 3D printing, blockchain, robotics, and many other technologies. To meet the rising pressure to provide greater value at lower costs and not get caught in the middle, medical device companies must quickly identify and capture their place in the new value chain. Those who do so will shift from being part of the problem to being part of the solution for healthcare.
Contacts in the medical device industry have an unprecedented impact on human health. Because of this, they are under increasing scrutiny from governments, investors, consumers, and non-governmental organizations. Medical device companies are also in scope of various global regulations, many of which govern how products are made and how they make it to market. These regulations cover topics in the areas of product compliance, corporate social responsibility, and vendor management. Product compliance encompasses all aspects of product sourcing and materials management, but 4 major regulations have the greatest impact. The EU Registration, Evaluation, Authorization, and Restriction of Chemicals Regulation, better known as REACH. The EU Restriction of Hazardous Substances Directive, better known as RoHS. The EU Medical Device Regulation. And the EU Waste Framework Directive. Each of these regulations has diverse and unique requirements, such as communication of substances in products to downstream users and consumers, restrictions on substances in products above a certain threshold, certification of medical devices by notified bodies, and the reporting of substances in articles into a central database. Companies must meet the requirements of these regulations and many others to keep their products on the market. In addition to these substance requirements, medical device companies may have corporate social responsibility requirements to meet. Many also report voluntarily on topics such as human trafficking, slavery, and responsible mineral sourcing in order to meet stakeholder expectations and add value to their brand. Robust trade compliance programs are essential in getting products to market. This includes affixing accurate country of origin labels to products and assigning the correct customs codes for the regions they are being sold into. In addition to ensuring access to a variety of markets, this helps companies identify the free trade agreement exemptions they may be eligible for. Ascent provides medical devices companies access to supply chain data, enabling them to reduce risk, protect their brand reputation, and get products to market. To learn more,
today's manufacturers must produce increasingly complex products, meet rapidly changing market demands, all while reducing both costs and time to market. The introduction of new products, pressure to accelerate regulatory clearance, demanding customer expectations, and global diseases and demographics are just some of the challenges in the industry. Manual and document-based processes lead to costly manufacturing errors, lack of visibility, excess of overhead, and worse yet, recalls and safety issues. Therefore, companies are increasingly investing in manufacturing execution and big data solutions to help drive value chain connectivity, interoperability, and quality enforcement. These solutions are essential to achieve excellence in manufacturing processes and will allow you to operate your business with digital precision with Siemens Operational Excellence for Medical Devices. Digitalization is changing everything, changing business models and the way medical devices are designed, produced, and delivered. Siemens helps you stay in control with a digital thread approach that enables you to schedule, manufacture, and inspect products exactly according to their specs, while meeting market demands. The Siemens OpCenter solution is essential to achieve excellence in manufacturing processes. It eliminates paper, creating an electronic DHR, EDHR, and enforces effective quality processes for the 5 M's: material, man, machine, measure, and method. With the ability to leverage IoT to pair big data analytics with manufacturing and global supply chains, with design and development processes across the entire value chain to make faster and better decisions and operate your business with digital precision, with Siemens Operational Excellence for Medical Devices.
Medical device industry executives are wrestling with how to drive profitability in today's era of increased complexity, global competition, intense cost pressure, and continued regulatory scrutiny. The status quo isn't good enough anymore. It relies too much on paper and digital documents, inevitably leading to missed deadlines, mistakes, and inefficiency. Key contributors work independently on their own information, leading to integration errors, compliance issues, and market delays. Manufacturing manually interprets designs, creates drawings, and tracks production. That leaves almost no chance to provide cohesive traceability or capture knowledge to continuously learn and improve. Digitalization helps manufacturers develop innovative products and bring them to market quickly with high quality. They realize they need to digitalize to innovate in ways never before possible, to be more nimble and get to market fast despite complex products and regulatory scrutiny. But how do they do that? Medical device companies have to transform their businesses. The path is proven. They can learn from other industries that are further along in their digital journey. Let's take a look at what the digital enterprise looks like. Each step in developing and producing devices takes advantage of digital data, virtual product models, and a cohesive digital thread of information. By digitalizing designs and workflow, digital medical device companies can connect data and processes across disciplines and the life cycle, leverage digital data from one step to the next, streamline engineering, reduce errors, improve traceability. Manufacturing can leverage and extend digital product models with manufacturing instructions to create a cohesive model. Digitalization lets them take advantage of automation to commission production quickly, seamlessly manage quality, and track manufacturing execution to create transparency and an integrated digital thread. Execution and market data is collected automatically, allowing them to learn for continuous improvement. And the digital company closes the loop to provide feedback to engineering. The benefits are clear, but digitalization is a journey. The important thing is to pick a first step. The three areas where medical device companies are achieving significant value are digital design, design transfer, and paperless manufacturing. It's time to choose an initiative to get started, prove the value of digitalization, and grow greater value on that foundation.
At Spine Frontier, we turn ideas into innovations. It all starts with the surgeon, a physician who, while practicing medicine, has discovered the need for a new surgical product or product line and wants to bring their new idea to fruition. A surgeon simply provides their concept, input, or sketch to our Product Specialist Engineering, or PSET team, to begin the process of ideation and execution. Next, our Strategic Evaluation Group, comprised of executive leadership, including Founder and Chief Technology Officer Dr. Kingsley R. Chin, and sales team determine the market viability and validity of the idea. With a thumbs up from the Strategic Evaluation Group, the concept is delivered to NOVA, our industrial design team. NOVA then works up dozens of concepts and detailed sketches, working directly with our surgeon users, finally down-selecting to the best surgical technique and the few very best designs, which they produce rapid prototypes of for use in anatomical and clinical testing by our Chief Technology Officer. NOVA then delivers these designs to our new Product Development Engineers, or AMP, who conduct technical feasibility through design and prototyping. AMP then works with the quality and regulatory teams to develop requirements, risk analysis, and design planning. A strategic meeting is then held, including the engineering team AMP, quality, and executive leadership to finalize the project scope and commit to bringing this product to market. And with a green light from our executive leadership, quality, and AMP teams, our engineering teams get to work constructing the building blocks that will become our new product, including final designs and test planning from the research and testing team. With the building blocks of the project in place, our engineering teams begin creating the first product with the finalized design, creating one or several working prototypes. With these working prototypes in hand, our surgeon advisors, including CEO Dr. Chin, can test the product during our clinical review process, testing the product's performance and effectiveness in a true-to-life scenario. With a thumbs up from our surgeon advisors, our supply chain team can then source and order our first batch of the new surgical system, bringing the design from concept to finished product. But we aren't done yet. Once our manufacturing order arrives, our research and testing team puts the products through extensive tests and trials, conducting research to ensure the safety and efficacy of each mechanism, part, and instrument. With research and testing completed, our quality and engineering teams enter the final design review phase, ensuring every T is crossed and every I is dotted. This readies us for the most exciting stage in the process, delivering the final product to our surgeon users. The surgeon who conceived of this idea at the beginning of the process can now hold the finalized system in hand and use it to transform patients' lives for the better. But what if a surgeon has a custom request? As we know, each surgeon is different and each need is unique. So with this in mind, we've developed a process through which surgeons can submit individual requests for customized solutions. A surgeon simply submits the request to our Product Specialist Engineering team, or PSET. Next, our Strategic Evaluation Group, comprised of executive leadership and sales management, determine the implementation potential and market scalability of the request. If this request remains an isolated project, our Rapid Customization Engineering, or SPD team, facilitates the engineering process with speed and efficiency, getting the custom-tailored product back into the surgeon's hands as quickly as possible. But if the Strategic Engineering Group thinks that the request has the potential for market scalability and to become part of our expanded product line, the project is delivered to our core product engineering team, ION. This customization concept is then converted and put through our standard design and engineering process to be clinically tested and finally incorporated into our Spine Frontier product line, where it can be used by surgeons all around the world. This engineering process is just one way
appear bright. By 2030, the global market is set to more than double and reach $800 billion, powered by a host of exciting innovations. But unsustainable healthcare costs and new technology-enabled competitors threaten to turn medical devices into mere commodities. If they don't act now, device manufacturers risk getting caught between suppliers on one side and distributors and providers on the other. And new entrants will harness data to cut off access to patients and consumers. In order to stay ahead, today's companies need to turn their products into smart devices and integrate customized services and intelligence into their offering. More players will take on broader roles in a bid to get closer to the customer and create real value. The industry's value chain will rapidly evolve. In 2030, we believe multiple value chain configurations will exist, driven by new business models, technologies, and competitors. The key to future success lies in selecting the right configuration for your company. One option is to bypass the chain and connect directly with patients and consumers through intelligence that promotes self-diagnosis and preventative care. This shift to the consumer will be enabled by a host of digital health solutions including wearables, mobile applications, and remote monitoring. Another option is integrating along the value chain through strategic alliances with or acquisitions of providers, distributors, and even payers. These partnerships will be enhanced by offerings such as value-based pricing that increase the return on healthcare spend. Some companies will further extend into building trusted healthcare brands that span the value chain, creating a one-stop shop for care. This option will provide customized care solutions with products, services, and intelligence fueled by the latest advances in 3D printing, blockchain, robotics, and many other technologies. To meet the rising pressure to provide greater value at lower costs and not get caught in the middle, medical device companies must quickly identify and capture their place in the new value chain. Those who do so will shift from being part of the problem to being part of the solution for healthcare. Contacts
in the medical device industry have an unprecedented impact on human health. Because of this, they are under increasing scrutiny from governments, investors, consumers, and non-governmental organizations. Medical device companies are also in scope of various global regulations, many of which govern how products are made and how they make it to market. These regulations cover topics in the areas of product compliance, corporate social responsibility, and vendor management. Product compliance encompasses all aspects of product sourcing and materials management, but 4 major regulations have the greatest impact. The EU Registration, Evaluation, Authorization, and Restriction of Chemicals Regulation, better known as REACH. The EU Restriction of Hazardous Substances Directive, better known as RoHS. The EU Medical Device Regulation, and the EU Waste Framework Directive. Each of these regulations has diverse and unique requirements, such as communication of substances in products to downstream users and consumers, restrictions on substances in products above a certain threshold, certification of medical devices by notified bodies, and the reporting of substances in articles into a central database. Companies must meet the requirements of these regulations and many others to keep their products on the market. In addition to these substance requirements, medical device companies may have corporate social responsibility requirements to meet. Many also report voluntarily on topics such as human trafficking, slavery, and responsible mineral sourcing in order to meet stakeholder expectations. And add value to their brand. Robust trade compliance programs are essential in getting products to market. This includes affixing accurate country of origin labels to products and assigning the correct customs codes for the regions they are being sold into. In addition to ensuring access to a variety of markets, this helps companies identify the free trade agreement exemptions they may be eligible for. Ascent provides medical devices companies access to supply chain data, enabling them to reduce risk, protect their brand reputation, and get products to market. To learn more,
Today's manufacturers must produce increasingly complex products, meet rapidly changing market demands, all while reducing both costs and time to market. The introduction of new products, pressure to accelerate regulatory clearance, demanding customer expectations, and global diseases and demographics are just some of the challenges in the industry. Manual and document-based processes lead to costly manufacturing errors, lack of visibility, excess of overhead, and worse yet, recalls and safety issues. Therefore, companies are increasingly investing in manufacturing execution and big data solutions to help drive value chain connectivity, interoperability, and quality enforcement. These solutions are essential to achieve excellence in manufacturing processes and will allow you to operate your business with digital precision with Siemens Operational Excellence for Medical Devices. Digitalization is changing everything, changing business models and the way medical devices are designed, produced, and delivered. Siemens helps you stay in control with a digital thread approach that enables you to schedule, manufacture, and inspect products exactly according to their specs, while meeting market demands. The Siemens Op Center solution is essential to achieve excellence in manufacturing processes. It eliminates paper, creating an electronic DHR, eDHR, and enforces effective quality processes for the 5 M's: material, man, machine, measure, and method. With the ability to leverage IoT to pair big data analytics with manufacturing and global supply chains, with design and development processes across the entire value chain, to make faster and better decisions and operate your business with digital precision, with Siemens Operational Excellence for Medical Devices.
Medical device industry executives are wrestling with how to drive profitability in today's era of increased complexity, global competition, intense cost pressure, and continued regulatory scrutiny. The status quo isn't good enough anymore. It relies too much on paper and digital documents, inevitably leading to missed deadlines, mistakes, and inefficiency. Key contributors work independently on their own information, leading to integration errors, compliance issues, and market delays. Manufacturing manually interprets designs, creates drawings, and tracks production. That leaves almost no chance to provide cohesive traceability or capture knowledge to continuously learn and improve. Digitalization helps manufacturers develop innovative products and bring them to market quickly with high quality. They realize they need to digitalize to innovate in ways never before possible, to be more nimble and get to market fast despite complex products and regulatory scrutiny. But how do they do that? Medical device companies have to transform their businesses. The path is proven. They can learn from other industries that are further along in their digital journey. Let's take a look at what the digital enterprise looks like. Each step in developing and producing devices takes advantage of digital data, virtual product models, and a cohesive digital thread of information. By digitalizing designs and workflow, digital medical device companies can connect data and processes across disciplines and the life cycle, leverage digital data from one step to the next, streamline engineering, reduce errors, improve traceability. Manufacturing can leverage and extend digital product models with manufacturing instructions to create a cohesive model. Digitalization lets them take advantage of automation to commission production quickly, seamlessly manage quality, and track manufacturing execution to create transparency and an integrated digital thread. Execution and market data is collected automatically, allowing them to learn for continuous improvement. And the digital company closes the loop to provide feedback to engineering. The benefits are clear, but digitalization is a journey. The important thing is to pick a first step. The three areas where medical device companies are achieving significant value are digital design, design transfer, and paperless manufacturing. It's time to choose an initiative to get started, prove the value of digitalization, and grow greater value on that foundation.
At Spine Frontier, we turn ideas into innovations. It all starts with the surgeon, a physician who, while practicing medicine, has discovered the need for a new surgical product or product line and wants to bring their new idea to fruition. A surgeon simply provides their concept, input, or sketch to our product specialist engineer or PSET team.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us today on our Golden Jubilee webinar. I am Mansi Patil, your host for today. मजरू सुल्तानपुरी ने कहा है, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिब ए मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. We started this webinar internally with 50 participants and today we are celebrating our 50th virtual webinar. जी हाँ, Sadgun Sang is a series of educative, informative, weekly webinars aiming to illuminate professionals on possible solutions to current issues of industry and economy, organized by Sundar Jaisaram Kataria Foundation in association with International Certification Services Private Limited since last 1 year. We started this virtual webinar on 7th November 2020, conducted every Saturday on various topics, and since then we have completed 49 successful webinars. So far, we have completed 22 ISO standards and its clauses, 4 sessions on food and beverages, 5 on inspection, 5 on cyber security and softwares, 4 on other topics, and 5 on business strategy and marketing, 2 on medical. We started with 50 and now we are almost at the count of 3,000 participants. Our topic for today is on medical devices. A medical device can be an instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, appliance, implant, reagent for in vitro use, software, material, or other similar or related articles, intended for manufacturers to be used alone or in combination of a medical purpose. Let's quick.
Agenda. Sure.
These are the few glimpses of the Sadgun Sanghs and the webinars which we had conducted in the past. We'll just go to We'll quickly go through the agenda. We have a welcome address by Chairman Dr. Sundar Kataria. Who will inaugurate the ceremony. We'll then follow with the Saraswati Vandana. Then we have the speakers for the day, Mr. Jaina, Mr. Vikram Mengana, Mr. Anil Johri, Mr. Chandan Kumar, Mr. Devang Mehta, Mr. Joshua Ruben, Dr. Yagni, Ms. Sonika Rani, Mr. Prasant Panda. And then we go for a round table panel discussion and then a vote of thanks.
Sure.
As a leader, you must envision the future, passionately believe that you can make a difference and inspire people to achieve more than they may have earned and dream possible. This is done none other than Dr. Sundar Kataria. A brief introduction. He is the chairman and managing director of International Certification Services Private Limited. He's done his mechanical engineer, AMIE. He's also an honorary doctorate in business management. He has worked in nuclear construction for India's first nuclear power plant, RAPP. He's worked into oil and gas, onshore and offshore, upstream and downstream, and submarine pipeline system. He's worked into corrosion technology and cathodic protection system. He's also worked into underwater inspection and NDT. Certification of management systems. He's a tutor and facilitator, trainings and qualification in management and technologies. Please welcome Dr. Kataria. I now request him and also request Mr. Anil Johri and Mr. Jena to virtually inaugurate this session.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
I now request Dr. Kataria to please say a few words.
Very good evening, friends. We, on behalf of Sundar Jesaram Kataria Foundation, in association with Certification Services, International Certification, welcome delegates, friends, business associates for this virtual webinar conference on medical devices to celebrate our Golden Jubilee on successful completion of 50 virtual seminar for SMEs. We are very pleased to get such a excellent response from most vibrant industries, that is the medical manufacture of medical devices. That has been registered more than 25% growth last year. We welcome our chief guest, Mr. Anil Johri, ex-CEO, and Mr. Mrityunjay Jaina, who is the present CEO of Quality Council of India, and eminent personality present here as a part of our active member of the our webinar. From the medical fraternity, manufacturers, industries, regulators, users, and consumers, of course. I'm sure our continuous effort to bring modern management and modern technology, focusing quality concern, legal and regulatory requirement, new medical devices rule, and new challenges and challenging requirement due to the medical innovation in medical and diagnostic devices developed for the quick and reliable diagnosis medical treatment. Our main objective of this conference with a mission to elevate the quality, safety, and environment awareness level of the industries. Satgun Sang virtual webinar series is educated, informative event aiming to illuminate professional on possible solution to current issues of the industries and economy. The medical devices directly has been under-regulated due to the lack of awareness in the past of the requirement of medical devices. India has brought recently new regulation by launching first time the medical devices rule, 2017, and the FD Act has been modified. The recent year, we have been importing almost 75% of the medical devices from various countries like USA, China, and Germany. Even during the pandemic, we were mainly dependent upon the import of PPE like masks, ventilators, and swab collection, even swab collection unit imported large quantity from China. Thanks to Government of India thrust Atmanirbhar Bharat, the medical devices industries registered a good growth of 20% last year and started manufacturing these items in India, even started importing to overseas country. With the increase of the expectancy and reduction of the mortality rate, the result of the new development and innovation, we have better reliability of the diagnostic medical devices. Now our physician can work most efficiently to cure the patient, to diagnose and cure the patient in less time. The poor quality of medical devices in the orthopedic implant and other medical devices in the past used by the have poor performance and premature failure due to the rusting or breaking or any other reasons. It was either not designed properly or used unsuitable material, mainly implant use, to be either chrome plated or nickel plated, gets corroded fast and may cause possible also poisoning effect on the body. Excellent step taken by the government to bring MDR 2017 and willingness of the industry to adopt ISO 13485 management system for the medical devices, which has been accredited, which is an accredited management system by Quality Council India, NABCB of India, including use of the third party like certification bodies, the approval of the products. The medical devices industry's growth expected 35.4% by the year 2025, from 77,540 crore to reach to 3,52,450 crores by 2025. International Certificate Services is one of the leading conformity assessment body, provides the quality assurance services under single umbrella. Certification of the ISO management system 9001, ISO 13485 medical devices, ICMED 13485, CDSCO, and testing of the product in the laboratory. We once again welcome you all to this powerful, perfect session, and we are sure that you will find it interesting, informative, and shall find meaningful with manufacturers, with the service industries, with the certification bodies and regulators and all others. So we are very much thankful to our chief guest, Mr. Anil Johari, as well as Mr. Matungan Jaina Sahab. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your warm note. I also thank Mr. Johari, Mr. Jaina, and Dr. Kataria for the inauguration of this session. किसी भी अच्छे काम की शुरुआत हमेशा भगवान की दुआओं से की जाती है. We'll now take the blessings of the deity Saraswati and start this session with the Saraswati Vandana. We'll now start with our session. To gain access to markets with the most rigorous standards for medical devices, start with the session. To gain access to market with the most rigorous standards for medical devices and medical quality control, you need to ensure your products maintain the highest standards. By certifying your design, production, and distribution processes, medical device quality management proves to regulators and buyers alike that your product is one of the highest standards, thereby fostering trust and boosting your reputation. Let me introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Mrutyunjay Jena. He is the former director of NABCB, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies. He is an electric engineer. He's done his post-graduation diploma in industrial safety. Also, his master's in business administration. He has overall 27 plus years of experience in the field of quality, working in management system certification, including 12 plus years in NABCV. He has actively participated and contributed as a member of technical committee in development of QCI, voluntary certification scheme, ICMED 9000, ICMED 13485, and ICMED 13485 plus. Please welcome Mr. Mrutyunjay Jena.
Thank you, Mansi.
I now request Mr. Jena to please present his presentation.
Thank you, Mansi, and respected Dr. Kataria sir, and respected Mr. Anil Johri, ex-CEO, and other respected eminent speaker on the virtual dais. Good afternoon to all. I am going to talk about the accreditation, standardization, and regulation. What are the needs in present situation in medical devices sector? So I'll just share my PPT and start. Hope it is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. So this first slide talks about the quality infrastructure elements. There are majorly four elements of quality infrastructure. First is the standards. The standards means maybe it is a voluntary standards or it is a mandatory standards if it is regulated or mandated by a regulator. So mainly standards are two types. So these standards in a blind language, standards means some specific requirements on a product specification, or it is a system specification, or it is a process specification, anything. So which is has to be followed by the manufacturer or the service provider is called the standards requirements. Then second thing is that metrology. This is the second element of quality infrastructure, which guarantees that the reliability of the measurements, what we are going to do. Let's say we are measuring a length. So length is 1 meter or 1 centimeter, or the length is 1 kilometer. That 1 kilometer should be accepted globally everywhere, the same length, same measurement. That is called that is controlled under the metrology. So third point is the conformity assessment. Who is going to check that? If I am telling Mumbai to Calcutta or Mumbai to Delhi is 1800 kilometer, so one has to check it, one has to inspect it, so one has to certify it. So that is called the conformity assessment bodies. Those bodies which are doing the conformity assessments. Conformity assessments that includes certification, inspection, or laboratory testing, or in testing of any product. All types of these activities are called as conformity assessment. Those bodies doing the conformity assessments are called conformity assessment bodies. So the fourth one is how to ensure that the conformity body, that the certification body or the inspection body has done a good job. Good job means the following the standards, they have checked the compliance has been met by the manufacturers or the industry. Who is going to ensure that capability or competency of the conformity assessment bodies, that is called accreditation. That is achieved through the accreditation. Accreditation is very simple language defined as the competency of certification bodies or the inspection bodies, or as a whole, I can say that is a conformity assessment bodies, the competency to deliver the competency assessment requirements. So all these standards, metrology, conformity assessment, and accreditation, all these are supporting to the regulations. So that is a regulation. A regulator is the main user of these infrastructure elements. So as I mentioned you, that standards are two types. Either it is a voluntary standards. Generally, globally, it is used as a voluntary standards. Unless otherwise, any regulator of the country accepts it or push it as a mandatory requirements. That is called the regulated sector. So the regulated sector, very specifically food sector, environment sector, health and safety, and national safety. All these sectors are generally the regulators regulates on this sector and made some standards as mandatory standards or the regulated standards. And the governments, through the policy and laws, they follow that, and technical regulations are made based on those specific standards requirements. At the same time, this is part of the voluntary mandatory standards. At the same time, there are voluntary standards. It is market driven. If there is a market, I mean, it's a customer or the purchaser, they demand, yes, like just an example, I can put global gap. Global gap is a scheme or the standards which is market driven. There is no government requirement in any of the countries. So the market driven, the purchaser requires the custom manufacturers to meet the requirements of specific requirements. That is the market demand standard. So these are the voluntary sector, and there are voluntary standards, private standards, and the supplier is the has to use that. And conformity assessment bodies like certification bodies, inspection bodies, or the validation verification bodies or laboratories, they can use these standards, voluntary standards, and check the compliance of the claimer, means the manufacturers or the service providers, and certify against those voluntary standards. And all these standards, whether it is regulated or it is voluntary, is proven, I mean to say, attested by a third party, that is called accreditation. So generally the certifications means it is not only management system standards, but also product standards, product certifications, and also personal certification. Generally in a single definition of certification, which covers the system standards, system specific certifications, product certifications, and personal certifications. This product, again, maybe it is a product standards based on the product standard for the product certification, or it may be process standards. Process, like example, welding. Welding is a process, it has to be certified. So welding process is certified, or a heat treatment. These are the various processes which can be certified under product certification. And services, hotel or restaurants, automobile repairs hubs, those can be certified for the processes they are carrying out, for repairing the cars, repairing the automobiles, or doing the welding processes and the heat treatment processes. These are the under the process or the service standards. And similarly, persons can be certified, whether it is a welder, or it is a lift operator, or it is a teacher, or it is a yoga teacher, or it is a medical devices quality personnel. That can also be certified based under certain schemes, and which can be accredited by any accreditation body under 17024 accreditation standards. These are the certifications of various sectors. And this is a accreditation, as I mentioned to you, is a third-party attestation of the competency of the conformity assessment bodies, who are confirming, doing the assessment under various accreditation standards, whether it is management system standards or product certification standard, validation verification standards, various. These are under, if you will see the Article 6, which talks about the global acceptance of the product or the services or the processes through this accreditation. WTO TBT agreement is very clear which provides confidence in the continued reliability of their conformity assessment results. Means the conformity assessment bodies is going to do the assessments, the audits against certain standards, accreditation standards, and that will be accepted globally. And this is done through the accreditation. This is as per the Article 6 of WTO TBT agreement, which accepts cross-border trade negotiation or trade acceptance globally through this accreditation infrastructure. So what is the international scenario? As I mentioned you, increasing use of standards for various products, services, processes, or monetary of the grounds of monetary grounds of, as I mentioned you, that is whether it is a health, safety, or environment, national security, unfair trade practices, all these things. And who is going to check this? This is through a compliance, competence, conformity assessment bodies, certification bodies, inspection bodies, and this. So these I have already discussed. And worldwide, regulations responsibility by the government. Government takes the responsibility of regulatory requirements, and the standards driven by the market and industry or the other stakeholders or the scheme owners, they are the responsible for the private or the voluntary standards. Generally, there are two issues generally when we are using a different type of national standards, international standards, or localized standards, or market-driven standards, or it is manufacturer-developed standards. Any industry association developed standards. So there are two issues mainly arose in the globally. So need for confidence in the conformity assessment. As I mentioned you, there is a standard requirements of a particular product standard, let's say. So who is going to check it? How to build up that confidence? So that is one issue. I cannot say my product is the best. There must be some acceptance, global acceptance. So who is going to do that? And need for international acceptability, because it is nowadays, it is not, trading is not within, it is just globally. If I am manufacturing mouse or I am manufacturing some product, maybe tomorrow this product will be sold to US or Europe, anywhere. So I have to access that market, and this market access is achieved through the accreditation, because accreditation provides the passport or the visa to the product to the global market, and this is accomplished through the accreditation infrastructure. And the accreditation bodies, regulators, and the standard and scheme owners, the three vital, important bodies looks after this accreditation infrastructure of the globe. So in regulated sector, as I mentioned you, if it is a food sector or it is pharma sector or medical devices sector, regulator is the authority, and CDSCO in India in pharma or FSSI in food, accreditation provides support to induct third-party assessment. So nowadays, globally, it's not only India, globally, the regulators are relying on more and more. Earlier, if you'll say maybe 10, 20 years back, the regulators used to do the inspection by their own people. So they didn't rely on others. They had their own people, inspector. They used to do the food inspection, drugs inspection, pharma inspection, all these. Nowadays, because of this global acceptability of the accreditation infrastructure, so the globally, all the regulators gradually relying on these third-party accredited certification bodies, inspection bodies, laboratories, test laboratories, all this. So similarly in India also, FSSI in food sector, they have also relied on third-party bodies accredited by NABCB and all. Similarly, some other regulators also relying on the third-party accredited certification bodies, inspection bodies for their uses. So NABCB in medical device rules also, it is very clearly mentioned in MDR 2017. This NABCB accredited certification bodies will be notified by CDSCO for doing the audits as per the requirements of MDR 2017. Similarly, BE also, Bureau of Energy Efficiency also, they are relying on the labeling of the some of the products, monetary products in the market, that will be done by the third-party inspection bodies accredited by NABCB. In the voluntary space, scheme owner is the authority, because the scheme owner, that scheme owner may be a certification body, a group of certification body, or a group of industries in the sector, they can do the they can prepare a scheme, own the scheme, prepare the scheme, and they will be the owner, and they will depict the requirements, what the scheme, what the product or the process or the system should have, in addition to other standard, international standard requirements. So several internationally known schemes in various sectors, like example I have already quoted, that is Global Gap in agriculture, FSC and a PEFC in forest management, then social accountability in 8,000 for social accountability sector, FSSC 22,000, SQF, BRC, IFS in food sector, and accreditation as the mean of third-party bodies accepted by this scheme owner. Also, they mention in the scheme that the third party will be certification would be by the certification bodies accredited by the accreditation. Gradually, they are relying on the accreditation. And similarly, in NABC, we also recognized by Global Gap and some of the other scheme owners. So this is the overall accreditation framework. So it's not that, means if for an example I will quote, that is the ISO 9000, which is a management system standard against ISO 9001. Any certificates, any manufacturer or service sector industry wants to go for ISO 9000. So ISO 9000, they have to go to the certification body. The certification body will check the compliance of ISO 9001 implementation in the organization. Then they will issue a certificate of ISO 9000 as per the requirements. To grant this certification of ISO 9000, they must have some standards to follow a certain process to grant certification as per ISO 9001 to the client, the manufacturer. They have to follow some standard internationally. That is they have to take for any accreditation body accreditation based on the ISO 17021 standards. So I mean to say, why I'm quoting this different level of this accreditation infrastructure. So there is a international system standards, the each level, whether it is a manufacturers or the service provider or the certification body or the accreditation body, everybody has to undergo certain monitoring, and that is through the international system. So the certification body to grant ISO 9000, they are also has to follow certain ISO standard, international accreditation standard, that is ISO 17021. Similarly for inspection body 17020. Similarly for product certification 17065. So they have to follow international standard. And who is going to do the monitoring of this certification body or the inspection body or the validation verification bodies or the test laboratory accreditation? So there is called accreditation body. So again, this accreditation body is not the God. So whatever they will say, that will be that has to be followed. They have to follow certain requirements. Again, that is international standard ISO 17011. So the certification body has to follow 17021 for management system standards. Similarly, the accreditation body has to follow the requirements, whether they are properly accrediting the certification body, inspection body, they have to follow ISO 17011. Again, there are in India, fortunately, we have one accreditation body in management system product certification inspection, and another accreditation body that is NABL for the laboratory sector. So under 17011. But many countries, they have multi-accreditation for the same accreditation schemes. For product certification, there are multi-accreditation in like US. There are many countries, they have multi-accreditation. So similarly, every country has accreditation, and the acceptability of accreditation result, accredited, let's say, example here, 1CB is accredited by NABCB. So whether that certificate issued by that certification body with NABCB logo, whether it is acceptable globally or not, in US or Europe or not, that is through the peer evaluation. So NABCB in India is the accreditation body, has undergone the peer evaluation, and the compliance, the verification based on ISO 17011 requirements has been fulfilled, implemented, has been checked by peer evaluation team. That is our peer, that is regional accreditation body, and there are 6 regional accreditation body. My slide will come the next. There are 6 regional bodies, and apex is the IAF, International Accreditation Forum, which looks after the implementation of accreditation infrastructure globally, and the whether the accreditation bodies members to signatory to IAF for management system or the product certification, V&V validation verification, inspection. So whether they are following certain requirements, ISO requirements or not, there is a IAF and parallelly ILAC. ILAC looks after 17011 part, that is the inspection and the lab accreditation 17025 and 17011. And the rest part 17021, 17020, 17065, validation, verification, all these looked after by IAF, International Accreditation Forum. NABCB has signed a signatory to IAF for various management systems 7021, product certification, validation, verification, and also IAF MLA, sorry, ILAC MLA with for the 17020 requirement. So NABCB accredited certification body issued certificate or inspection report issued by NABCB, so is accepted globally. Similarly, US ANAB is there, so all accreditation bodies are there. If they are MRA or MLA with IAF or ILAC, those certificate issued by inspection bodies under this accreditation or product certification, management system certification under that accreditation body, IAF, MRA accreditation, MLA accreditation bodies, they will be accepted globally. This is the platform through which one certificate or the inspection report or test laboratory reports accredited here in India by a accreditation body accepted by a member of IAF or MLA is acceptable globally, means US, Canada, anywhere. So that is the infrastructure. So I was talking about the equivalence of framework. So these are the 6 regional accreditation bodies, and under region APAC, we fall under APAC, that India falls under APAC. Similarly, there is a European Regional Accreditation Cooperation, then SARCA, South Africa, Arab, AFRAC, that is African countries accreditation bodies, they are member to that. Then IASC, that is America's accreditation bodies, they are also member to the regional body, that is IAC. Similarly, the AB is also accreditation bodies falls under that regional accreditation bodies, and they have to sign the MRA, mutual recognition arrangement, with the regional accreditation cooperation or regional accreditation group. Like NABCB first has to sign the agreement with the APAC through a peer evaluation as per 1711. Again, APAC is the member of IAF or the ILAC, so automatically ILAC and IAF, we have signed the agreement in India. So there are benefits of the accreditation, as I have already mentioned, and the definition says that accreditation, that is the third party attestation of competence of conformity assessment bodies. Assessment bodies means certification bodies, inspection bodies, validation verification bodies, and the test laboratories running the auditors and their system, the competence of all level of activities performing the persons as a whole, the competence of the conformity assessment bodies. So it recognizes the technical competence because through accreditation, the accreditation body has reviewed and grant accreditation for these particular scopes or the schemes or the accreditation standards. So the competence is verified. So that gives a assurance that the certification body or inspection body is competent for those areas or the scopes that has been granted, accreditation has been granted. So customer confidence increases and satisfaction increases, yes. So if against a standard, if the certification body is doing some audits and certifying me as a to my product and it is accredited, so that shows it is a the testing or the certification or the inspection has been done competently. So there is no need to redo the things. That is the reason why the regulators, they have started relying on these third party accredited certification body services or the inspection body services. So there is no need to spend again the money and the resources again to do the inspection, going to the manufacturer, medical device manufacturers, and doing the testing by CDSCO himself. So they have to rely on notified certification bodies, notified bodies accredited by NABCB in India. So that gives the reliance and the confidence of regulator increases. Then minimizes risk. So no need to do, the government or the regulator no need to take that risk. That risk has been transferred to the accreditation body, and accreditation body is the competent person in the country to verify, to check the competency of the conformity assessment bodies, certification body, inspection bodies, to check whether they are competent to do the audits or the inspection or the certification in the area where they have been accredited. The most important is that it's not that one CB or inspection body is accredited means accredited for everything. Whatever they can do it, and it is under accreditation. No. So accreditation for specific scopes, for products, for schemes in that area, where, in which area that has been granted accreditation, the scope of accreditation. So in that area, the CB or the IB is accredited and their competency has been checked. So that minimizes the risk of any negative feedback or fail of the products in the market. Avoid retesting, inspection or reduce cost. Yes, that I've already explained. There is no need of retesting, recertification, re-inspection if it is the already certified under a accredited certification body or inspection body, and that has been traded outside India or from outside to inside India. So increased efficiency increases, then market advantage and increased business because it is accredited, or the competency of the certification body has been checked and the product is certified, then it is the market advantage and business will be increased automatically. The international recognition, because the accreditation body is member of, if the accreditation body is member of the IAF or ILAC for the inspection or the laboratory testing for the ILAC, so that means that has been checked through the Apex means infrastructure, that is ILAC or IAF infrastructure. So very specific to the medical device sector, that is ICMED, Indian Certification for Medical Devices schemes. So QCI signed an agreement, I mean to say MOU, to develop these standards in 2014 with IMED, that is the Indian Medical Device Association in the medical devices sector, with the QCI and MTZ and some government departments and 13 I mean to say departments of various governments in the ministries. They were also part of this development of this medical devices voluntary schemes in 2014, and that took nearly about 2.5 years, and in 2016 the scheme was launched at 2 levels, and now it is at the third level, 3 levels that is based on the, again, this ICMED scheme is globally acceptable because these standards, I mean, the schemes level 1, level 2, level 3 based on ISO standards, number 1. Why it is globally acceptable, these schemes? Because the standards, these schemes are based on ISO 9001 or ISO 13485 2013, and the accreditation is granted by the NABCB, for an example, and these scopes, these standards are under MRA, means we have signed MRA or with IAF and regional bodies for this 9001 or 13485, ISO 13485. And the product certification also, the third level, that is ICMED 13485 plus schemes, that is level 3, which talks about ICMED 13485 requirements, again, which is again, if you go to the level 2, that is based on ISO 13485 2016, plus MDR requirements, that is medical device rules 2017, and some additional requirements, which is in addition to 13485 2016, 184 additional requirements. So this third level is ICMED plus, which is ICMED 13485 plus product specifications. These product specifications can be of national standards, that is IS standards, or ISO international standard ISO standards, or international standard IEC, or Indian standards, or EN standard, or ASTM-D standards, or Australian standard AS, or British standard BS, or if there is no national standards, that can also be certified through a manufacturer developed standard, validated standard. If there is no national standard or international standard for a particular medical device, and the manufacturer is manufacturing it based on certain own, means I mean to say validated requirements or the standards, that can also be verified. That can be also be certified under that. And definitely there is a requirements of that has to be validated, vetted by the committee of the QCI, that is scheme owner, that is PPAD. So scheme applicability is for only for the manufacturers for the medical devices. So this is the total the difference, I mean to say, IC-made scheme by QCI. So it talks about ISO 13485 2016, that is the latest version of this ISO 13485 standard requirements, and additional 23 additional regulatory requirements, then 16 additional labeling requirements, and 13 essential principles patient safety requirements. And these are the minimum requirements for the level 1 and level 2. And when we talk about the plus, IC-made 13485 plus, that talks about horizontal standards and the product standards. Horizontal standards, that may be risk management stream standards like ISO 14971, or a clinical investigation standards where applicable. Then basic standards like ISO 16142-1 for the medical devices, for electrical performance basic safety requirements, and ISO 16142-2 for the IVDs, the basic requirements. Those are the horizontal standards. And the product standards, product specific performance or the quality standards. So as I mentioned, it may be ISO, IEC, or IS, any national standards, or BS standard, ASTM standards, wherever applicable. So those standards can be utilized as the product standards, and the product can be certified under IC-made plus scheme requirements, and can be accredited. The scheme can be accredited, and accreditation certificates can be issued under IC-made plus. So similarly, on the right hand side, we have compared what are the medical devices rules 2017. Also, that those requirements has already been taken care of while developing this IC-made scheme, whether it is ISO 9001, IC-made 9001, or it is IC-made 13485, or it is IC-made plus requirements. So these already I have already explained in the previous slides. That's all about this why this regulation, standardization, and accreditation are very much required and vital components of three pillars of the entire infrastructure of the quality of any country or any economy. So these are detachable, that cannot be detached, undetachable, and also each component, each element supports the other, and as a whole, these are the three main pillars of the any quality infrastructure. Thank you.
You are muted, Mansi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule and sharing your views and presentation today. Our next speaker, Mr. Vikram Mengana, has got stuck up in some medical issues, and he has sent a regret message that at present he won't be able to join. We shall try to join in the later section. I now would like to call upon our next speaker, who is also the keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Johri. Leaders don't create loyal followers, but they develop independent and empowered decision makers. Mr. Anil Johri, the former CEO of NABCB. He is a lead assessor for accreditation bodies like NABCB, ABNAP, and UAF in USA. He is an evaluator for International Accreditation Forum as well as Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation. He has 41 plus years of experience in the field of quality, standards, certification, and accreditation. He has led development for a number of voluntary certification schemes of QCI. He also led development of good clinical practice professional certification scheme. He is nationally and internationally recognized expert work with such international bodies. I would also request Mr. Jory if he could cover MDR, Medical Device Regulator, during his presentation. Please welcome Mr. Anil Jory.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mansi, for the little introduction. Let me thank Dr. Sundar Kataria, who is, I think, more veteran than I am in this field. He has forever been there ever since I was in NBC. Dr. Sundar Kataria was forever there. Thank you very much for thinking of this program. Is much needed because there is so much confusion around medical devices right now, and inviting me to be here. I'm happy to be here and share some of my thoughts. When I was asked to speak, I thought I'd speak on a bit of a controversial topic, which is about ICMET scheme. You have already heard my old colleague, Mr. Jaina, speak about ICMET scheme. I'm not going to speak about ICMET scheme that he has covered. I'm going to speak about, try and understand why ICMET is needed at all, because there has been certain criticism in certain quarters, and I see a question also somebody's raised. So let's see if I can answer that question through my presentation on this. Well, ICMET scheme, to give it to the full form, is Indian Certification of Medical Devices scheme. So this Indian Certification of Medical Devices is abbreviated as ICMET. It's a joint initiative of QCI, Quality Council of India, and Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, which is an industry body, as we know. They have launched a product certification, ICMET 13485 Plus, in June 2021, which has created a bit of a controversy among a section of the stakeholders, industry as well as other stakeholders. They have said that this is burdensome, unnecessary, it's duplication of regulation, it's not harmonized by international requirements, etc. How justified is the criticism? Let's I've tried to examine whether this criticism is justified and how justified it is. So let me, since I was involved in the beginning of this scheme, let me remind you, some of which Jaina did mention. It was a very casual conversation in a hotel lobby somewhere in the mid of 2014. I and Rajiv Nath, who was AMED forum coordinator and so very active in advocating medical device industry. I truly admire him for his advocacy. We had a conversation sitting in a hotel lobby, and I asked him what are the problems which afflict Indian medical device industry. He listed out some 5 problems, 4 of which I did not understand because they were outside my domain of competence. One of which I understood when he said there are no regulations, and therefore there's no platform for the Indian industry to demonstrate that its product is, safe and is of quality. So I told him, I said, okay, if there are no regulations, and I have no control over regulations as QCI or as NABCB at that point of time. I was CEO of NABCB. But one possible solution is to have a voluntary certification system until such time regulations get developed. In principle, we agreed that this could be pursued, and therefore we signed an MOU in October 2014. Then we went ahead and set up a governing structure for the scheme, which has a multi-stakeholder steering committee. At that time, it was chaired by Dr. M.K. Bhan, former Secretary DBT, who passed away a year back, I think. A technical committee, which was to look into the technical issues and the technical criteria for certification, and a certification committee, which would look at certification side of the whole system. So this is a standardized kind of governing structure, which we established in QCI for almost every scheme. This started work, and I'm not able to move my. Yeah. So first task was to set up the certification criteria against what we will be certified, this new certification scheme. So it was decided right at that point of time that there will be 3 levels. We'll have a 9001 based standard called ICMET 9001. We'll have a 13485 based standard called ICMET 13485. Both are, as you know, system certifications. And then we'll also have an ICMET 13485 Plus, which will be a product variant, product certification. And initial decision was that we should base our scheme on international standards. ISO 9001, you all know. ISO 13485 in medical devices, and product standards, available product standards. We also decided that the manufacturer should have the freedom to choose recognized product standards for certifying their product. Some additional criteria were kept as per Indian context. Jayana has talked about them in ICMET 9000, ICMET 13485. And ICMET 9000, ICMET 13485 were launched on what is called World Consumer Day on 16 March of 2016. Then the development of product certification variant started. In between, there was a huge change in scene, which was not there in 2016 or 2014 when we were first talked about this scheme, and 2016 when we launched the first, first levels of certification. In 2016, only 15 categories of medical devices were notified by CDSCO under Drugs and Cosmetics Act and were regulated. Then came one very good step, which was notification of medical devices rules 2017. Which were effective from 1st January 2018. But remember, these rules even today are limited to the notified devices, and those notified devices today are 37 categories. From 15 and so 5 years back, that number has gone up to 37. Then, of course, it was sooner or later bound to happen. CDSO realized that device by device notification is not a viable way of regulating. I mean, how many devices we are going to notify? There are, industry experts say that there are more than 5,000 medical devices in the market. So if you are going to notify device by device, it will take forever. So once this realization came, another excellent step was taken, which was on 11th February last year, 2020. A notification came which defined medical devices. So now with the definition of medical devices, anything which fell under that definition would be deemed to be medical device and deemed to be regulated. That's a very, very good way of regulating any product by product category rather than by product name. Also on the same day, another notification came, those who are in medical device industry know, which also notified the transition plan. Now that I have been told that the regulator CDSCO person is not coming at least as of now, so I am going to spend some more time on the regulations. So a transition plan was notified, which said, which was effective for 1st April 2020, and which said that first 18 months are given for voluntary registration. So from 1st April 2020 to 30th September 2021, we are just 15-20 days beyond that, 23 days in fact. There was a voluntary registration. Medical device manufacturers free to go and register themselves. Among the registration documents, one requirement was ISO 13485 certificate. So you could not register unless you got yourself certified to ISO 13485. And this certificate needed to be from certification bodies which are accredited either by NABCB or which are either members of IAF. That is what is written in the regulation. So you could have a certificate accredited by UCAS or IAS or EJAC. So many accreditation bodies are operating here, as we know. Then it also said that 30 months are given for class A and B devices to obtain license. That is up to 30th September 2022. This is next year for class A and B devices, which means that while you could register with 13485 certificate, you get another 12 months. 18 months were there for voluntary registration. You get another 12 months to actually comply with MDR and get a license. So registration is different and licensing is different. After 30th September, registration also became compulsory. Although right now CDSCO has issued a directive to states not to act if medical device manufacturers have not registered. They have not extended the deadline yet, but they have said don't act. So in a way, they are not enforcing the deadline of 30th September. Also, you know that a draft notification is out, which is talking of provisional registration and also giving time till 31st May 2022 to produce a ISO 13485 certificate. So some relief to the industry is being given, but the deadlines of 30th September 2022 for class A and B devices and 30th September 2023 for class C and D devices to show compliance to MDR and secure a license still remain. So those deadlines have not changed. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is 37 categories of medical devices are notified which have to comply with MDR 2017. Now, what does MDR 2017 want? MDR 2017 says A, that you should comply with BIS standard available. If it is not available, you should comply with ISO IC standards. If those are also not available, you should comply with your declared validated standard. So this is one requirement of MDR 2017. And second is you should comply with QMS, which is given in Schedule 5 there. That Schedule 5 is based on 13485. Unfortunately, is based on the old version of 13485, 2003 version. So the requirement of MDR is, if you want to have a license, you should comply with the QMS as per Schedule 5, and you should also comply with BIS standards if they are available. If they are not available, you comply with ISO IC standards. If those are also not available, you have to declare your validated standard. So product compliance and QMS compliance, please remember this, because in registration only 13485 certification is being asked, and therefore product compliance is still not legally binding yet until the license is obtained. And then MDR also says that for class A and B devices, notified bodies which are accredited by NABCB would be auditing you, and for class C and D, the regulator himself will audit. And in class A, I think they have said that license can be granted and audit has to be done within 6 months of grant of license, whereas in class B, license audit has to be done before license is granted. So that in nutshell is medical devices rules 2017. I'll repeat again. Number one, you comply with BIS standards, or failing which ISO IC standards, failing which your own validated standard, number one. Number two, you comply with QMS as given in Schedule 5. That is for notified devices. So notified devices are supposed to be already regulated. For non-notified devices, after this definition was given on 11th February, all rest of the devices are called non-notified devices. They were given 18 months for voluntary registration with a 13485 certificate, a deadline which is now being contemplated to be extended till 31st of May 2022. And they were given 30 months and 42 months in case of class A and B and class C and D respectively to comply with the MDR and obtain a license. So it's only in September 2023 or 1st October 23 that MDR would be completely in force as per current timelines. And I will not be surprised if these timelines change later on, because when all these notifications came in February last year, we had not thought of COVID. COVID came later, in India at least. So this is the situation today. So what it means is that even today, there is a 2-year period during which medical devices are still not regulated. They are still not registered even, because registration has not been enforced and the deadline is being extended. So therefore, there is no assurance of quality in the market, and it's a free run. So free run for the imports. Other countries can send medical devices here without any check, and free run for your industry also. You can also supply anything you like, and it's happening actually. We have seen so many media stories about substandard masks and pulse oximeters and on oxygen concentrators, etc. in the last 1.5 years. So I hope everybody's understood what medical devices rules today are. So as I said, pending complete regulation in 2023, October of 2023, there is an issue in the market. And that issue has been compounded by the onset of COVID, when suddenly even common people are supposed to now use certain devices, pulse oximeters, masks, oxygen concentrators. You are asking for them. I mean, earlier, only intelligent buyers were buying medical devices, but now a common man is also buying medical devices. Now there is, as I said, there is no regulation right now. Incidentally, all these devices which are, making name or, attracting attention during the COVID happen to be unregulated. None of them is notified. And there's a need for assurance of quality. So last year, what happened? Some of you would be aware that in PPEs, Ministry of Textiles stepped in and decided to run some kind of certification program. They asked the manufacturers to take their samples to certain labs, designated labs, get a test report, and they were given some number. It was a purely testing-based certification, but it did not work very well. It was not going to work very well. Knowing India as we do, as professionals in this field, it was not going to work very well. It didn't. So what they did, they switched to BIS certification. They said, okay, let BIS certify. Now, BIS is an old hand at certification. I've been myself 26 years in BIS. BIS certifications way back started in 1952. So there is a very set model and very set procedure for certification. So that brought in certain discipline in the market as far as PPEs are concerned, limited to PPEs, which means coveralls and masks and face shields and gloves, very limited items. One problem with BIS certification was, which still continues in certain ways, is that BIS made it a condition that certified manufacturers will sell only to the government. So for common public, it was still not available because they were bound only to supply to the government, and government's demand was huge. So frankly, still the common consumer, as far as masks are concerned, was left without any assurance of quality. Rest of the devices other than PPEs, even today, are without any assurance of quality. So what do you do in such a situation? In this vacuum which is there, ICMET 13485 plus, I wish it was started earlier, frankly, because it's been started too late, June of 2021. It provides one option, because after all, it's voluntary. If industry sees value, it will go for it. If it doesn't see value, it will not go for it. As simple as that. I'm very clear on voluntary certification. They survive only if the market demands it, if industry sees value. So now there is an option available. You get ICMET 13485 plus certification, and you can demonstrate now the quality and safety, because otherwise, when local certification is not there, those who have USFDA approval or those who have CE certification are at an advantage. And we keep hearing stories about tenders specifying USFDA approval or CE certification. And I'm sure a couple of doctors are here who are going to speak. And I mean, it is said that doctors also prefer imported devices. So I'm looking forward to hearing the doctors speak today. Common consumers also, not only doctors, not only hospitals, not only public procurement, common consumers also needed assurance, which is missing today. With, as I said, with BIS certificates, some assurance has come into the market for PPEs, especially for masks. ICMET 13485 plus has another advantage. It offers certification to any recognized standard. It could be ISO IC standard. It could be an internationally acceptable standard like EN, or it could be ASTM. So that that provision is there. So and also it uses accredited certification bodies. So the certification bodies which can enter ICMET scheme have to be accredited by NABC. And therefore, both these make it more harmonized with international standards. So anybody who's saying that it is not harmonized by the international standards either has not understood the scheme, or it has not been explained to him, or he's talking through his hat, really. What happens post regulations? Then question asked would be, when medical devices regulations have come in totally October of 2023, what happens to ICMET 13485 plus? Well, what happens to that? What is happening in India is that typically our regulations are not harmonized with international regulations. That's unfortunate. Even in pharma, where we are pharmacy of the world, and we export to 200 countries, our regulations are not in line with international regulations. So merely 5% or 10% of the manufacturers are those which are exporting who can meet international standards. The rest of them are only a domestic suppliers. Now, same thing is true of MDR 2017. Although it's a very good move and it's modeled on EU regulations, but it still suffers from a couple of problems. One, as I said earlier, the QMS prescribed in MDR is still based on ISO 13485 2003 version. It has not yet been aligned with 2016 version, and now in the market it's ISO 13485 2016 version. Second problem is that it prescribes BIS standards first choice, and not all BIS standards are harmonized with international standards. For example, we today say that PPEs, we are the second largest manufacturer and we're looking to export, but the problem is that the standards for coveralls, for example, are not far short of international standards. Some standards are harmonized, some are not. So BIS certification today cannot be presented as an alternate to the foreign market. So therefore, even if complete regulation of MDR is there, as per MDR is there, at the current prescriptions which are in MDR, acceptance abroad will remain an issue. And I can tell you this because right now I am helping Department of Commerce in our trade negotiations with some countries like UK and UAE, and we are looking at getting our PPEs accepted abroad, and we are recognizing the problem that our regulations do not meet. In any case, today there is no regulation of PPE because regulations have not still kicked in, even for Class A and B. Even if they were taken, they don't meet the global standards. So what is an option? So option is okay. Can ICMET 13485 fill in this gap? Now, if this is done carefully, and that's why I'm sure some people from QCIS here are listening to me, if they carefully design and implement the scheme, then it could be an institutional mechanism to present to overseas regulators, even post regulation, when regulations do come in, say October of 2023. That's what I am looking at. So my conclusion is very simple, that since regulations are not fully in place yet, and they will not be fully in place till at least October of 2023, we need a local mechanism, a local certification for quality and safety to assure our own people that whatever devices are there, their quality has been seen and assured. The only two options are, one is BIS certification. BIS person also is here, and my request to him would be that he should go back and tell BIS why BIS is not looking at promoting BIS certification of medical devices for at least these next 2 years. I mean, there's no activity. BIS only talks about standards, it's not talking about certification at all. And of course, ICMET 13485+. So to me, that is the immediate utility of ICMET 13485+. That immediately a local certification is available. I know very well that one of my own alma mater, IITK Kanpur, incubated a ventilator manufacturer in Pune, and how much trouble they had to get their product accepted, because everybody said bring US FDA approval or bring CE mark, and they said, why should we do that when we are supplying only in domestic market? Why should we need to go there? They shouldn't. And if they shouldn't, then what is the alternate for them? There was nothing at all. Now there is an alternate. Now some criticism was there that voluntary certification, why is needed in regulated sector? Well, worldwide on regulated sectors, there are a number of voluntary certifications. Even in food, more than medical devices, food is a regulated sector. And there are number of schemes in Europe and US, and which are actually sometimes barrier for us, our exporters, because they have to comply with regulations of European Commission, and they have to comply with the voluntary private certifications. In aerospace, there is AS9100. In automotive, there is IAT 16949. These are all voluntary certification, internationally known in areas which are regulated. You know, automotive is a regulated sector. You know, aerospace is a regulated sector. So in the long term, what I see, ICMET 13485+ in immediate term provides a platform to the industry to demonstrate locally that it is having devices which are safe and of good quality. In the long term, it is an institutional mechanism to certify to international standards or internationally acceptable standards, and potentially can promote acceptance of our medical devices overseas. All I would say at the end is it needs to be carefully designed and implemented, and that's QCI's job, or AMED, which is a partner, or subsequent partners like NHSRC and AMTZ. So this is what I wanted to speak on to clarify what's going on in the market. I hope it answers at least one question I saw. Why should we go for this? It answers that question. Thank you very much, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation was not only interesting, but also very effective. Words aren't powerful enough to tell how grateful we are to you. When they say accountability, they mean surveillance and standardization. Our next speaker is from Bureau of Indian Standards, Mr. Chandan Kumar. He's working as Senior Scientist C at Medical Equipment and Hospital Planning Development of Bureau of Indian Standards. He is handling electromedical, diagnostic, imaging, and radiotherapy equipment sectional committee as its member secretary. He is member secretary of Health Informatics sectional committee, which is responsible for formulation of Indian standards on various aspects related to digital health and electronic health records. Please welcome Mr. Chandan Kumar.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Mansi ji. And I would like to thank Dr. Sundar Kataria and his entire team for organizing this session on medical devices. And I think the response that it has got, it speaks for itself. And I am very privileged to be at this August forum of eminent speakers, Mr. Anil Johari ji, Mr. Mrityunjay Jaina ji, and they have already spoken so much about medical devices and the state that we are in at the moment in India with regards to the regulatory space and certification of medical devices. So I will keep it brief. I will just share my screen. Just let me. So I will just briefly speak about this standards on medical devices and what we are doing at in BIS regarding formulating these standards. I will speak about the approach that we have in formulating the standards and what are our priority areas and all. So just a brief introduction about BIS. As many of you might be aware, BIS was set up as Indian Standards Institution, ISI, in 1947. And in 1986, the BIS Act in 1986 came, which gave us the statutory status. And then in 2016, the BIS Act of 2016, which has been effective from October 2017, which makes us the national standards body of India. So we have our headquarters at Manak Bhavan in New Delhi, ITO. And apart from that, we operate through 5 regional offices in Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, Chandigarh, and one of these, the central regional office is in Delhi. So apart from that, we have 32 branch offices, and with effect from March 2021, we have opened 9 new branch offices. Apart from that, we also have 8 laboratories of our own, and there are more than 2,000 recognized laboratories as per our lab recognition scheme. In addition to this, we also have a training institute at Noida, which is National Institute of Training for Standardization. These are the activities that BIS is involved in. Our core activity is standards formulation. So that is our core job. Apart from that, we also have a product certification scheme, as Mr. Johari already he informed all of you that it is a very old scheme, and it has been operative for so many years, like it was started in 1952. Apart from that, we also have a compulsory registration scheme. Then we also have foreign manufacturer certification scheme, and of course, hallmarking scheme is one of the popular schemes that BIS has for hallmarking of gold and silver jewelry and all. Then we also laboratory services. Then we have laboratory recognition scheme. We also undertake consumer affairs activities, and of course promotional activities and training services. So we also provide training for management system certifications like ISO 9001 and 13485 for medical devices and all. So this is the standards related to medical devices and related aspects. It is dealt by medical equipment and hospital planning department. So it is one of the 15 technical departments under BIS. BIS, of course, formulates standards related to various disciplines like civil engineering, electrical engineering, and all. Now we have also introduced a service sector department, which formulates standards on services. So one of those technical departments is medical equipment and hospital planning department. So under this department, we have 20 sectional committees. 20 sectional committees that deal with medical devices related to various disciplines. We also have subcommittees under some of those sectional committees and panels to work on a very specific subject matters. So currently, as you see, we have formulated almost 1,400 published standards as of now. Out of those 1,400 standards, 473 are harmonized with ISO IEC standards. So they are globally harmonized with the global standards. This is our scope of work. So we, as you see, we cover the entire spectrum of medical devices. We deal with surgical equipment in all the disciplines like general surgery, orthopedics, and all. As you can see, apart from that, we also have a sectional committee to deal with standardization of IVD devices and diagnostic kits. Then hospital planning standards, of course, hospital equipment. Then one of the growing areas is where we have been receiving a lot of interest is digital health and health informatics. Of course, this committee is also doing very good work, especially with the launch of NDHM, National Digital Health Mission. And then we also deal with contraceptives, standards on contraceptives, anatomy and forensic equipment. This is one of the latest additions. This is a new field of work that we have undertaken. It was just started like 1 or 2 years ago. We also formulate standards on veterinary equipment. So this is our scope of work. Given the scope of work, I would just briefly would like to make you aware about the structure that we have, how a technical committee actually works and how it formulates the standards. So every technical committee, it consists of various stakeholders. Like the structure of the committee, it should be balanced. So we have, of course, manufacturers. They are one of the most important stakeholders in any technical committee. And of course, we have experts from government departments. Then we have experts from R&D labs, academic institutions, other consultants, other experts in personal capacity. So we try to see that there is the committee structure is balanced, and the principle, we work on the consensus principle. So of course, we need to, whenever we are discussing about any standard under formulation, any draft standard, so there we have to come to a consensus, all the members, so that the document can go forward and it could be published as an Indian standard, so that whenever it is implemented, there would not be any issues with regards to its implementation. So, and of course, the most dominating factor that we have to keep during the formulation of any standard is of consumer and technological interests. So this is these are the like I told you, and in all the sectional committees and all the technical committees, there is one BIS officer who acts as the member secretary. So this is how it works. This is the process of standards formulation in brief. So as you see, there are various very properly defined stages. And after we have to go through all these stages, then only a standard is published. Like whenever we receive a new work item proposal that okay, there is this product, and the industry or any stakeholder, any Indian citizen can propose that we need a standard on this, where he or she has to give the justification. The committee has to be convinced that this is a good work item proposal, and a standard is very much required for this. Then we call it stage 1, new work item proposal stage, and WIP. Then the committee evaluates the proposal. If it gives its go ahead, then we work on the working draft. The working draft can come from the proposer. The working draft can come from any of the committee experts or from the industry. That working draft, it will be circulated among the members of the technical committee as a preliminary draft. So this is our way to build consensus among the committee members. So it is like, then once the committee is convinced that okay, this we have a good draft now, and it should be then it goes for wide circulation. So we host it on our website, and we call for comments on the documents. That this is the draft that we have come up with. Based of once we receive these inputs are put before the committee. The committee takes a call on all these comments received, and if those comments are valid, then these are accepted and incorporated in the document. And then after this entire process, a finalized draft is prepared, and then that draft is published as Indian standard. It is a slightly time-taking process, but it ensures that the inputs of all of the stakeholders from all the stakeholders are properly taken care of. So this is how the standards formulation process works. So for our purpose, for medical devices standards, these are the few key stakeholders. They are the part of most of our sectional committees. Like in consumers, we have, of course, the surgeons and doctors from government and private hospitals. Then regulatory bodies, we have CDSCO, then Niti Aayog is also on some of our committees. Then National Institute of Biologicals, they are on IVD sectional committee. And then, of course, BIRAC and ICMR, they're also part of our committees. Then industry associations are also members. FICCI, CII, MTI, they are members of most of our sectional committees. So manufacturers also in their individual capacity, like Boston Scientific, PL, Life Sciences, and all. There is a good mix of domestic as well as MNCs manufacturers. So in R&D organizations, we have KIHT now. It is in most of our committees. Then National Institute of Virology, IVRI, and of course testing organizations, KIHT, CDTL, and TUV and UL. They are also present on the respective sectional committees. So now talking about the harmonization of standards, of course, this is a very important topic. And in MSD department, it has been our focus that to adopt the globally harmonized ISO IEC standards. So wherever on any medical device, we have there is an ISO or IEC standards that exists. So it is put up before the committee that whether it is suitable for us, and in most of the cases we have adopted, given the committee gives its approval. So that is why out of 1400, like we have 475 standards are harmonized with these ISO or IEC requirements. So apart from that, we are very much active in the ISO and IEC technical committees as well. So we have a big pool of experts in our various sectional committees, and we encourage our committee members to contribute to the standards formulation activity at the ISO and IEC stage. That is one way to ensure that whenever we adopt those standards as Indian standards, then that adoption process will be smooth. Because we would already have taken care of our requirements and whatever observations that we had on the standards. So this is one thing, and because of that only we have taken P membership of most of the committees on medical devices, and we have voting rights at the ISO and IEC forum. It will come later. I will explain more about this. And then, of course, we understand that if the compliance to globally harmonized standards, that every country recognizes those standards. So that will actually boost export of medical devices that we manufacture domestically. So, and it will support Make in India initiative. So this is the benefits of harmonization of standards. So it also avoids cost of complying with multiple standards and redundant testing. And then it ensures that safe and good quality products are available for the consumers. This is a brief snap of all the numbers that we have in our various sectional committees. So as you can see, we have 20 sectional committees, and like in diagnostic kits and IVD, we have 33 published standards Similarly, you can see that in dentistry, we have 174 standards, and so on and so forth. So this is the breakup of all the 1400 standards that we have published so far. This is a breakup of all the number of experts that we have in different committees and subcommittees. This is what here. This is about in how many ISO and IEC technical committees we have the P membership. We are the participating members, and as you can see that on 15 technical committees related to medical devices, we have P memberships and 10 subcommittees also. And on 10 subcommittees, we have O membership status. In IEC also, there is one technical committee that deals with electromedical equipment, and we have P membership on that technical committee, and our experts are contributing to that IEC 62 activities, and these are very much appreciated by the board also. Apart from that, in contraceptives, we have convenerships of 3 working groups, and this is one of the technical committee, ISO technical committee, on which India has been very active since like so many years, and we have our experts have contributed to the formulation of several standards on condoms and other aspects related to contraceptives. So apart from that, we are also active in one of the working groups on ISO TC 173 on assistive products. So we in fact we have done this document general requirements for all kinds of assistive products, and this is going to be published anytime now. This is what we do at ISO and IEC. These are the technical committees on which we have significant contribution. Sterilization of healthcare products, health informatics, of course, assistive devices, and then this is the MDR, Cloud 7 of MDR. I think it has been very well explained by Mr. Georgie. So I will not devote much time on it, but what essentially it says that the medical devices shall conform to the standards laid down by BIS wherever there is a BIS standard that exists on any medical devices. It should be given the first preference, and if only the standard does not exist, then we will look for a standard such as the standard in ISO and IEC. So that is why it has been our focus to adopt any such ISO or IEC standard so that the Indian standard is available for most of the medical devices. And this now I will talk about the major ongoing projects under our department. The first one is we received a list of like 419 devices from Ministry of Health that they called it most commonly procured medical devices, and it was prepared by HIDES. So this we received in somewhere in 2018, and at the current stage is that out of these 419 devices, we have 282 Indian standards have been published, and 81 are at various stages, and 56 devices are pending. So we are working on those devices. The challenge that we have for the pending devices is that many of these devices are not manufactured, so we are not able to get any stakeholder who can give inputs on these devices. So this is one area where we seek support from the industry as well as other experts also. Many of them are all of you present here. So other than that, we also working on a project which we received from Niti Aayog, and they were looking for standards on priority assistive devices. This list of priority assistive devices, it is used for ADIP scheme, which is run by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So for various common devices like wheelchairs, braille writing equipment, and prostheses and all, we already had standards. For some devices like club foot braces, folding cane, therapeutic footwear and all, we are working. We have got the draft and it is at various stages of formulation. We have also in the process of identifying experts to work on the remaining devices. Apart from that, we regarding cold chain equipment also, we worked on five medical devices related to cold chain equipment: deep freezer, vaccine carrier, cold box, ice line, refrigerator, and water packs. So we worked with the concerned authority to formulate the standards on these equipment, and I think these have been published or at the last stage of publication. Then biomedical waste management also, we are working on biomedical waste bags and the process standard as well. Then cyber security of network connected medical devices. This is one project that we are working in Health Informatics Sectional Committee. And telemedicine, telehealth standards, we are also working on. In addition to this, we are also very much active in IVD devices. In fact, in IVD devices, when we started doing the work, it was actually when we looked at the list that of IVD devices that we received from the ministry, then we found that there is standards, vertical standards on IVD devices are not there. Not been formulated at ISO or IEC or any other international standards also we could not find. So we have worked on these standards indigenously with this active support from industry, and I'm very happy to share that we have been able to formulate many standards on IVDs. And these are, I think, on these devices, these are the first standards globally that would be published on the IVD devices. So apart from this, we are working on high risk medical devices. Of course, these are very critical medical devices. So we are working with KIHT, Kalam Institute of Health Technology, and to formulate standards on this. And then surgical instruments also, we are working on stapler, laparoscopic surgery equipment, which are used in general surgery. So now coming to the work that we have been doing with startups. So we have been doing these, started a series of meetings with medtech startups, just to involve them in our standardization process, to get their inputs as well as to make them aware about the standards that they can use for their products to stabilize their product and to make the most of the standards. So with that purpose, we have been doing a series of interactions with them, starting from July 28, 2018, and we have conducted 5 such meetings. Of course, it has led to a very strong association of BIS with the medtech startups. We did these meetings also in collaboration with BIRAC, which has been supporting these startups also. So it has been a very good journey, and continuing this journey, I'm very happy to share that the 6th meeting in this series is going to be held virtually on 26th October. So for that, we have already asked BIRAC and KIHT to circulate it to the interested parties and startups, so that, and I hope that many of you would also be able to join this. It is in the afternoon session on 26th October. So based on the discussions that we had during the meetings with the startups, many subject items were identified, and we worked on these standards. Like the first one is otoscope, So we worked with the Medtronic team, and we have published this Indian standard on otoscope, digital otoscope. Similarly, we received a request from the various startups that they wanted more clarity on standards related to electronic health records and all. So now many standards we have been able to adopt, and there is one pedal operated resuscitator also where that standards have also been published. So these are some of the subjects that we that were identified during the meetings with startups. So this is the new initiative that we have taken. So now all the BIS, our work involves a lot of consultation process with experts as well as general public. So we have truly revamped our website, and now you can be able to see all the draft documents that, on which you can send your comments. It is available on the BIS website, and you can submit your comments online only. There is no need to send an email or work on it. Everything you will get on the BIS website, the portal. You see the document and you can submit your comments, and that will be taken care of. We have dedicated portals for all the activities that BIS deals with, and there's one nation, one standard. This is one of the very important things that we have been focusing upon. So it has been our it has been we want that there are sometimes on some subjects we see that a number of standards development organizations are there which makes standards. So our priority is one nation, one standard. So we invite the other standards development organizations to associate with BIS so that there is one national standard on any product wherever it is feasible. And then the committee members, we do programs for training of committee members. We train them on the various aspects related to standardization, how a standard is written, what are the best practices to follow while writing the standards and all. So for that, we frequently carry out such training programs. Most of them now it is being held virtually, but previously we used to do it at NITS Noida, and now we have started doing physical training programs also. So we also have an R&D scheme for funding new projects. So whenever there is a new subject item proposal and the proposer needs some funding support for testing of the product, so that also we have an R&D scheme to support the standardization work. Then we have created standardization cells in ministries and industry associations. So just to make a strong the collaboration that we already have with them. Then we also do workshops and seminars, and all the indigenous standards that we have BIS has published. All the indigenous standards, they are available free of cost. You can go to BIS Cells portal and you can be able to download any such a standard free of cost, truly free of cost. And the adopted standards are also available at a very nominal charge. So now coming to the last topic, I think it is a standard that we did. It is IS 23485. So most of you might have heard about this ISO 13485, which is like ISO 9001 for medical devices. That is quality management systems requirements for regulatory purposes. So we mixed the requirements of ISO 13485, and then there are two ISO standards that that are actually gives the recognized essential principles of safety and performance. So part one is about non-IVD medical devices, and part two is about IVD medical devices. So we clubbed all these requirements into a single standard, and we call it IS 23485, which is medical devices quality management system requirements and essential principles of safety and performance of medical devices. So this standard has been published as an Indian standard, and the purpose of this combining all these three standards is to just like to align these standards with the national regulation, as well as if you see, if you go through this document, which comprises of all these three centers, you will see that it is aligned with the latest international practices which have been implemented by IMDRF or UMDR guidelines, keeping our national interest in focus. So, yeah. So with this, I end my presentation. And for any queries, if you have any queries, you can ask now, or if you can also direct any queries to these email addresses that you see on the screen, and I will be happy to answer them, and our team will reply to those. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chandan Kumar, for sharing your valuable inputs. As said by Amy Mullins, at some point in every person's life, you will need an assisted medical device, whether it's your glasses, your contacts, or as age, you have a hip replacement or a knee replacement or a pacemaker. The prosthetic generation is all around us. Let us move ahead with our next speaker, who is a manufacturer, Mr. Devang Mehta. He is the director at Endosys Healthcare Private Limited. He has completed his graduation in commerce. He has also done his diploma in marketing management. He has 30 years of experience in medical device industry. He is into developing and manufacturing high quality medical surgical finished as well as semi-finished medical surgical products. His organization has obtained ISO 9000 and 13485 certification. They have also exhibited at Medica and CompaMed. Please welcome Mr. Devang Mehta.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mansi, for the kind introduction. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Sundar Kataria on Golden Jubilee celebrations of Sat Gun Sangh and Sundar Jesram Kataria Foundation. So good afternoon, respected Mr. Sundar Kataria, Mr. Mrityunjay Jina, and Mr. Anil Johari, and fellow participants. Today I will speak about CDSCO Medical Device Rules 2017, manufacturers, challenges, and perception. So to give you an overview, the evaluation of medical device of MDR 2017, it all started in May 2015 when the discussion started for rules and regulation of MD, IVD and clinical trial, and for compliance to the proposed amendments in Drugs and Cosmetics Act. In December 2015, the Schedule M3 draft for medical device delinking from Schedule M of Drugs and Cosmetics Act was proposed. In June 2016, draft medical device rules 2016 was provided for the first time. In July 2016, the tentative list of medical devices as basis for classification in class A, B, C, and D in the first schedule of medical device draft rules 2016 were provided. Jan 2017 medical device rules 2017 GSR 78E was notified on 31st January 2017 for notified medical devices. At that time, there were only 23 notified medical devices covered under GSR 78E. But in June 2018, from 23 notified medical devices without any prior intimation, Annexure A was amended on 6 June 2018, having sub-classification of this 23 notified medical devices to 350 notified medical devices. In February 2020, the notification GSR 102E for registration of medical devices and making all medical devices notified were issued. Thereafter, notification GSR 648E for medical device definition, and now the notifications are continuously ongoing. So this gives you the idea of the evaluation of the MDR. It is almost 5 years. It has been working and still it is going on. The challenges as a manufacturer are quite a lot. So understanding and decoding MDR and notifications. So MDR 2017 consists of 12 chapters, 8 schedules, and 40 medical devices forms. In addition, there are many subsequent notifications which are continuously ongoing. So they are keep on issuing the notifications. The voluntary registration period got over on 30/9/2021, and thereafter the compulsory, it is mandatory registration period started for class A and B up to 30 September 2022 and class C and D up to 30 September 2023. But there is no clear guidelines or structure of do's and don'ts in this compulsory mandatory registration period of 12 months for class A and B and 24 months of class C and D devices. So it's a big challenge for manufacturers to understand what's happening and how it's going. Then there is legal metrology rules and act in addition to medical device labeling specified in MDR 2017, which is a duplication. Another point is that manufacturing loan license concept of MDR 2017 is based on pharma, that is drugs and cosmetics, and labeling requirements is not appropriate for medical devices manufactured by original equipment manufacturer, own brand labelers, and pseudo manufacturers. Regarding the frequently asked questions on the CDSO website, currently we see the old 2017 and 2018 frequently asked questions, but there is no update there. So it is very difficult, and thereafter there are so many notifications. So it is difficult to understand the MDR and the notifications. Other big point is the classification of product categories and product class is very confusing, and it is ever changing. There are some products like basic sinoscope and arthroscopes missing in the product category and classification. So again, to register those products, it is again a question mark under which heading it has to be done. Another big challenge is compliance. There are multiple regulations in addition to state licensing authority and central licensing authority. Then there is BIS, legal metrology, etc. There are very limited CDSCO approved certification bodies. There are only 14 certification bodies as on today and only 8 notified bodies. Certification bodies are for one ISO 13485 and notified body is for product certification. For compliance for class A and B, the state licensing authority plus audit is done by notified body. Whereas for class C and D, it is only CLA, Central Licensing Authority team, and with or without expert. And the Central Licensing Authority is all based on the drugs and cosmetics. So the medical device is such a complex thing. Another thing is that there is limited resources at both CLA and SLA. The quality management system and audits of critical suppliers for products and processes which are outsourced is complicated, and to comply with that is difficult. The process and products are like plastic molding, engineering, CNC, VMC, machining, milling, turning, electropolishing, laser cutting, laser welding, laser engraving, and there are many other complex medical device functions. So this is the flowchart issued by CDSCO in 2020 January, where I'm sorry, it is little small. I could not find a bigger one. So it is for class A and B. You have to apply in MD3 for manufacturing license and MD4 for loan license. After that, the technical documentation and everything has to be uploaded on the CDSCO portal. Thereafter, for class A device, manufacturing license is issued and the audit of by the notified body can be done in 120 days. Whereas for class B device, audit has to be done by the notified body assigned by CDSCO, and after notified body submits the report, the scrutiny is done by the state licensing authority, and then MD5 license is issued for manufacturing and MD6 for loan license. Similarly, for class C and D devices, you have to apply in MD7 and for manufacturing and MD8 for loan licensing. Same here, the technical documentation for all the schedules and everything has to be uploaded on the CDSCO website. Scrutiny will be done by the CDSCO. Then within 45 days, if manufacturing site is already licensed to manufacture similar products, then there is no audit. But if it is not, then it is mentioned that inspection of manufacturing site by medical device officer of CLA within 60 days from the date of specification. So CLA team with or without expert. So it's a medical device, and if it is with or without expert, it's a little confusing. And thereafter, once CLA, Central Licensing Authority, finds everything okay and everything is accepted, the medical manufacturing license is issued. Another big challenge is the infrastructure. The majority manufacturers are micro and small MD manufacturers. This data I have obtained from AIMED. So turnover wise, for 0 to 10 crore, there are 65% companies, 10 to 50 crores, 25%, 50 to 100, 5, 100 to 500, 3, and 500 plus only 2%. So for a small and micro manufacturers, it is a big challenge to follow all these compliances and rules. There is limited knowledge of QMS and requirement of ISO 13485. Regulatory affairs personnel are not easy to find, who can understand everything and who can assist in implementation. Dependence on consultants is inevitable, but they too are confused because of so many changes keep on coming. There are limited NABL accredited test laboratories having scope of special tests required for medical devices. Then the next challenge is cost. Actual CDSCO registration fees are reasonable, but the notified body audit fees for class A and B products are high and not controllable. Though CDSCO has given guidelines for the man days and the amount per man days and for a certain classification of products, it is hardly followed and it is not controllable. The cost of implementation of ISO 13485 and product certification too is high. There are consultant fees, certification bodies fees, notified bodies fees. So there are a lot of fees payable. Again, there are annual costs for surveillance audits. The complex nature of MDs, the product specific test costs and biocompatibility tests are also too high. Coming to the MDR 2017 perception, it's a good move. It is definitely better late than never. It is a welcome move to regulate medical device in India for the highest level of patient safety, post-market surveillance, and adverse event reporting for fast and efficient CAPA. India is among the top 20 markets for medical device worldwide, but unfortunately among the last 20 markets without any regulations or with very limited regulations. India's medical device market in 2020 was around rupees 77,000 crores and is expected to reach rupees 352,000 crores by 2025. Another perception is that covering medical device under Drugs and Cosmetics Act is not optimum and appropriate, considering the totally different business model, diverse product range, diverse raw material and components, diverse manufacturing activities and infrastructure, diverse and different product testing standards, clinical evaluation, infrastructure, different quality management systems, ISO, and so on. So, medical device under drugs and cosmetics is little confusing, and there should be a separate vertical medical device under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It is difficult to comply within time frame as everybody all knows all over the world, we lost 12 months, more than 12 months due to COVID-19. In September 2019, there were big news, and one of the news I read exclusive, Modi government sets up panel to frame new laws for medicines, cosmetics, and medical device under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The source is from News 18 and the another source is from Economic Times. So now again, it is totally confusing. If the new, completely new laws of medicines and cosmetics and medical devices is going to come, what is going to happen for MDR 2017? Everybody is preparing and running for the ISO 13485 certification, product certification. And now this is something totally new, which just came out in September 2021. And this is the latest letter from CDSCO on 13th October with the subject consultation meeting with medical devices and in vitro diagnostic devices manufacturers Association for Preparation framing of new drugs, cosmetics and medical device bill. So again, it's ongoing. So will MDR 2017 be replaced by totally new MDR 2021, 2022? So again, we don't know. So that's the manufacturer's challenges and perception. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for sharing the presentation and your valuable inputs. As rightly said, it's better late than never. Moving ahead with our next speaker, Ms. Michael J. Fox has quoted, "Medical science has proven time and again that when the resources are provided, great progress in the treatment, cure, and prevention of disease can occur." Our next speaker is Mr. Joshua Ruben, who is MD and CEO of Ruben's Hospitech Private Limited. He has been successfully running the hospital for more than 30 years by adopting latest technology in production and for manufacturing processes. He has developed his hospital in the field of anesthesia, ICU ventilation, setting up of hospitals, medical gas pipeline for COVID care center and ICUs. They have also adopted good manufacturing practices and standards like ISO 13485 and 9001. Please welcome Mr. Joshua Ruben.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Respected Kataria sir and all the panel members, since all have played well in the T20 match, I am in the middle order. So I'll take the cross bat and I'm going to strike directly the ball. Okay. Now I start with standards, certifications for companies. Everything is a must over here. We as an Indian manufacturing company for so many years have been only supplying equipment without basic norms. Take an example. Like me, there are other manufacturers who are manufacturing anesthesia equipments. We are a small scale industry, of course, around 15 crores turnover, and our resources, as we said, are limited. But we as Indians always find solutions to a shortcut, and that is where the standards are necessary. Let me give you an example. Like we are manufacturing anesthesia workstations, which are made from aluminum and stainless steel structures. Now, some of my good friends have managed to make it from FRP. Now, FRP, is it acceptable? No. In standards, if you go, there is a structure where you put it against a iron ball, which is swung against the equipment, and it has to deteriorate. The standards are well established. However, we find a way out, and this a doctor will never know. If a single fault case occurs and equipment actually bangs something and it deteriorates, the fibers will directly go on the patient's wound and will create a problem. So this is why standards are must. Implementation of standards are must. Even the standards are to be told to the users, because even as on today, if you see government tenders asking for FRP machines, whereas they have not understood what is FRP. That is where I feel regulation not only to the manufacturer, but to the user also. He should also be aware what is the importance of having a standard product. Similarly, as the gentleman from ISI has well said, we are very respectfully accept all his presentation, but we have been applying for ISI standards for our medical equipments, and we have been rejected nearly 3 times without even having a discussion with us. So we should have some more concrete interaction with BIS. Second thing is, are standard necessary? As I said, yes. Is it about safety, delivering on a promise certain quality of product and meeting the basic minimum customer expectation? The word minimum is very important, because when we say that this is what we are going to provide, then how minimum is it going to be? Like when a standard says that we are going to use a color coding system. Now, color coding system in an Indian context is very, very important, because as you are aware, most of the operation theaters are manned with ward boys. Ward boys not being educated, they are more color conscious than they are otherwise to read a particular product. So every time you improvise a standard or try to adapt a standard, we have to understand the Indian perspective to it and the limitations that who are going to be the actual users. Fortunately for us, we have been inside the operation theater continuously trying to educate the customer or trying to be understanding his requirements. What are his requirements? Hence, we are able to meet their expectations. Now, coming to the other point is the next point is that the meeting quality standards, better profits, 100% profits are going to be there for you. Simple calculation, like when you have a product, is it compatible with a particular gas? Is it not compatible to a particular gas? It's all written in a standard. If you follow the standards, losses will be definitely reduced, lives will be saved. So there's no question about it, that standards are the solutions for the future. So if better late than never, rightly said, but we have to have the standards. Yet, why, if our standards are the same, like BIS is following or adopting the standards as per ISO, and yet they are not accepted in Indian tenders, then what is the point in having BIS certificate? We are forced to go for a CE certificate, because the Indian government itself is not supporting its own standard or its own mark. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, when we say manufacturing standard, the process and procedure, both are very important, because rightly said, process, when you are having a process where we are sending the product for, say, for powder coating. Now, what is that going to withstand? 500 hours with the salt water test. When you have the basic coat, you have a multiple coat on it. All this requires to be controlled, and the process of controlling this has to be recorded. So both these things happen to be very, very important. Similarly, inside procedure where we are using oxygen, and of course we are using machining parts where we are using copper, brass, and we are using machine oil, we are using kerosene. So all this in presence of oxygen, how will it work? So what are the safety norms? How often are you going to clean the product? What are the cleaning procedures that you are having? All ultimately result in a quality of the product and assurance of safety to the user. Reporting of these incidences are still not there. This incidences, once they start getting reported to a particular authority where action can be taken, is going to give a lot of responsibility to the manufacturer. He is going to be accountable for it. So all his actions will definitely be noted and actions will be taken against him. So he has to improve, compulsory come with the quality product. On assurance, on drawing and design, again, every equipment has to have a drawing, has to be certified by the management, has to be, any changes have to be recorded, and the changes have to be known to the users or the people who are actually sort of assembling the components on the floor shop. Because there, if they are not aware of it, we again land into a similar situation where the product does not meet the quality requirement. Testing of products, like when in our standards, the main standard is 60601, 60602-13, 80601. But yet, along with that, we have a standard called 15001, which complies with product to be used in presence of oxygen. So these are all important standards which are related to each other. It need not be that you have one standard, you follow one standard, comply one standard, and you should get the result. No, all these standards have to be fulfilled directly, indirectly, and that is where I was thinking, when you have plus ICMR plus, how are you going to follow all these other regulated standards which tend to comply, which are important for completing the product? So when you say you are going to follow 60601-1, but what about the other standards which are, even if they are not compulsory, are voluntary but are important for performance of the product? So that is going to be a challenge for me. Next question, please. Next slide, please. Companies have enough, do they have enough knowledge about quality standards and their application? Yes, definitely. Every company should be able to do. Yes, there is a challenge in educating or finding biomedical engineers who can only be replaced, actually can perform the work of documentation. Now, company will have people who are workers and engineers who will do the document part of it. So teaching your staff of 15,001 or its application of what shall I say, gases on a particular chemical or a particular product, and the safety is something that is very, very difficult, but it takes time, but it has to be done. So a complex system, yes, it is a complex system, because when you read a standard, it does not mean anything. You have to read at least 3-4 times, then it has related to other standards. You read all the standards, then together it makes sense. So having understood the standard yourself, having your engineers to understand that the way you literally understand the product, and how to ultimately achieve the safety goal, because single fault failure one has to understand one thing, that single fault failure, what can go wrong and how safe is the patient and the user. That is one thing that ultimately there are difficulties, hesitance is there to incorporate this. I'm on a WhatsApp group in Bombay where there are so many manufacturers assembled together, and they say way forward. But every discussion I see, they say way backward. None of them want to actually go into and try and do things, because all is going to change the infrastructure. You will have to have trained people. You will have to have biomedical engineers. You will have to incorporate standards which are whether today, tomorrow, 10 months, 12 months, but has to be done. And I would be thankful, because if this process is really honestly done, the country will succeed. Or again, CE and US FDA will rule. As a business owner, I feel that this is nothing great to have standards implementation authorities who are like BIS, who are actually framing the standards, and are, of course, I am the proud owner of 13485 issued by BIS. I am the proud owner of my anesthesia machine certificate from BIS. I have applied for 13485 for my anesthesia workstation, but yet the discussions are still on. We have not been able to get a good hearing from BIS. Looking at other options, next slide, please. Benefits, 100%, no issues. I don't think anybody will have any issues on that. We are going to lead the world with our quality products. Like doctors in India, initially we used to always say, USA cardiac case kara ke lao. Today we are doing the cardiac cases here, and not only that, US people are coming to India for their cardiac surgeries. Similarly, Indian standards, Indian products, Indian equipments will lead, and we will be one of the leaders in this particular field. 100% confident of that. Only question is that mindset has to change and will change, not only of the manufacturers but also of the authorities, because authorities also have to be more proactive. IC 13485 plus, I think, is the only solution immediately, and government should actually recognize that and give us an opportunity to complete the entire process. Thank you. If any questions, I would like to answer them point blank, because I, as a manufacturer, believe, and I believe that as an Indian manufacturer, we have a great future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin, for your valuable inputs and your good presentation. Our next speaker, Dr. Yagnik Kumble, has been stuck into an emergency angiography of a patient and has not been able to join us. He may join us later in this session. I now move ahead with our next speaker. Quality means building the customer's point of view in every aspect of product from design to final recycling. Our next speaker is Ms. Sonika Rani, who is founder and CEO of Alpha Quality Expert, the consultancy firm. She has 16 years of experience in the field of pharmaceutical, IVD, and medical device company. She is working as a consultant in the field of medical device regulations with certification, including European CE marking, ISO 13485, and other country registration. She is a regulatory expert for medical device, regulation of US FDA, EU, and Indian medical device. She is also trainer for technical topics related to medical devices for golden lighting solutions. Please welcome Ms. Sonika Rani.
So on the behalf of the consulting fraternity. So thanks to ICS also for making me the part of the Sadgun Sun Golden Jubilee celebration. So thank you ICS team. So now I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so first, before go ahead, I would like to discuss about the significance of the medical devices. Now we can say this is the era of the medical devices. Why? Because there is a new development in the medical devices industry, and there is a lots of new regulations, new notices coming day by day. So we can say this is the medical devices era. The era of the newer development and technology had decreased the morbidity and mortality of life. And innovation in medical devices are allowing physicians to work better and patients to heal quicker. If you compare with the medical devices with drugs, so we can see the drug structures, but it was yesterday's like that, today is like that, and tomorrow it will remain the same. But in case of the medical devices, you can see the lots of medical devices exist in the market and in different structures, and day by day lots of innovation in the medical device field. So we can say that medical device is designed by the engineer and used by the doctor. So everyone contribute in the field of the medical device sector. So if we are talking about the medical device, yes, of course, we have to talk about the regulation also, but regulation part already have covered by the Anil sir. So we are not talking about this slide. So generally, there's a two major steps in the Indian medical device regulation. First one is the MDR 2017, that is effective from the January 2018, and that was only on the notified medical devices. And again, the major notification and 11th Feb, there's the definition, and another notification is the amendment of the rules 2020. So what they have explained any devices covered in the under the definition needs to undergo the registration. So there is a registration is a current topic. So we are discussing the implementation, how you are going to implement, how the some challenges you are facing. So first, if you talk about the registration, how the notified medical device is going to register. So in the notification, they have mentioned the what kind of document is required. for the registration. So first, there is a basic requirement, basic documentation required for the registration. First one is the undertaking. Second is the manufacturer details and ISO 13485 certificate from CB, either accredited by the NABCB or by the accreditation body member of IAF. And then product details. Documents to be submitted by importer, that is the same. Additionally, they require only the two information. First one is the actual manufacturing site detail and then free sale certificate for the country of origin. Rest all the things are the same as per the manufacturer's details. So 13485 certificate, this is the mandatory to have the 13485 certificate for registration purpose. But if we talk about the MDR 2017, so they do not require the ISO 1348 certificate, but if they have, it will be beneficial for them. So it would be advisable for the industry to hold such certificate that have a global acceptance, that is a 13485 certificate. So if you talk about the 13485 implementation, because this is a major challenge for the small scale industry, so I have taken only few important clause. I have not taken all the standard. So first of all, we are taking the quality manual as per the clause number 4.2.2. So quality manual basically is the as per the standard requirement, manufacturer needs to define the scope of the quality management system and exclusion, applicable or not applicable requirement as per their system and as per their product. Then medical device file is related to the product specific requirement as per the clause 4.2.3. This is defined about the product So the manufacturer needs to define the product details, technical information of the products, like intended use, classifications, and manufacturing activities, testing activities, and any other technical information related to their particular product. Design and development file. This is the very important document, and this is the very critical document. In manufacturer has a design activity, so they need to develop the design and development file as per the clause number 7.3.10. So in this standard, the guidance has been given the what should be the content of the design development file. So this is the very critical, and this is again the specific for the product. This is should be prepared as per the product. Then again requirement in the clause number 7.1, risk management in product realization. So process and record should be maintained for the risk management. So again we need to refer the standard ISO 14971. So again their expertise is required, expert team is required, and time is the time taking to implement the risk management records. So this is the very technical documents, and the quality policy, quality objective, and procedures needs to be maintained by the manufacturer. Approximately 33 procedures is mandatory to have a 13485 implementation. And then the next is the requirement as per the clause number 7.6, the validation of application computer software. If the manufacturer has the software, so they need to be validated. So they need to be validated as per the some specific standard. So generally IEC 62304 standard is applied for the software life cycle to validate the software. So again, I have taken the last one requirement from the 13485, that is the 7.5.7, validation of processes for sterilization and sterile barrier system. So first manufacturer has to declare what sterilization method he is doing. If he is supply their sterile product, so he has to clarify the sterilization method. And if has a sterilization method, the method should be defined and the process should be validated as per their applicable standard. For example, if they are doing the ETO sterilization, so they need to validate as per their respective standard, that is the 11135 ISO 11135 standard. And the sterile barrier system needs to be validated. So for this is the another major document, and that should be validated as per their respective standard, that is the ISO 11607. So this is the all about the 13485 implementation major documents I have taken. So if the manufacturer has a quality manual and has a certain document, so doesn't mean he comply 13485 requirement. So he need to take care these critical kinds of document. For this kind of technical document, they need the further guidance. For they need the some other, they need to refer the some other standard, they need to some expertise, and they need to some quality team also. So in continuing the product registration, the fourth one is the details of the devices. So in notification, they have mentioned the what kind of medical devices information they require. First one is a generic name, model number, intended use, class of medical devices, material of constructions, dimensions, if any, shelf life, style or non-style, if they have a style product, and if they have non-style product, they have to clarify brand name, if any. So additionally, the manufacturer needs to identify the category. What category? With this category, which the DCGI has given the 24 category for the medical device product, and additionally 3 category in IVD products. So the manufacturer needs to identify the category and their intended use, what is the relevant to in this category. Then this was the about the registration. Now we come to the another the manufacturing license MDR 2017. I have taken the important documents related to this standard. So schedule 4 part 3, there is a defined site master file, site master file and device master file. This is the schedule 4th requirement. They, as per the MDR 2017, for the compliances, the documentation, for the documentation purpose, we need to comply the schedule 4th and schedule 5th. So first I am taking the schedule 4th. So to schedule 4th, the site master file appendix 1, site master file needs to be maintained by the manufacturer. So site master file should contain the layout of the site and the manufacturing details, machinery details, technical staff details, and one major things they need to take care, that is the appointment of the competent technical staff. For what purpose? Whose direction and supervision the manufacturing activities to be done? Whose direction and supervision the testing activity of a medical device to be done? So manufacturers needs to ensure that these two competent persons should be there. So another document is the device master file as per the appendix 2 schedule 4th requirement. So the content of the device master file is the first one is the essential requirement checklist. So essential requirement checklist is MOH, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, has issued the guidance document for the essential requirement checklist in April 2018. So manufacturer needs to demonstrate the conformity as per this essential requirement guidance documents. So they need to refer that guidance documents. So second one is the risk management file. We have already discussed that the risk management file to be prepared as per the ISO 14971. This is the content of the device master file also. Then clinical evidence. So clinical evidence to be done as per the 7th schedule of the MDR 2017. And additionally, if the medical device has a predicate devices, so they need to give the equivalence along with the available literatures. Next content of the device master file is the applicable testing. So it already discussed that some medical devices has some applicable some product specific standards. So in this standard, they are defined for the performance and quality. So some standard have some product specific testing. So manufacturer needs to take care the applicable testing perform as per the standard. If they don't have any standards, they can develop their own validated method to test their product, to prove the performance of their product. Then biocompatibility. Again, this is the major testing that should be done externally. So the manufacturer needs to refer the ISO 10993 standard, and they need to identify what kind of biocompatibility testing is applicable to their respective products. as per their intended use. Then second one, the sterilization and software validation, we have already discussed. And then stability study. Stability study, the manufacturer needs to prepare the real-time study, and the accelerated aging study needs to be prepared as per the some specific standards. So accelerated aging manual, that is the ASTM F1980. So that needs to be referred. Then the labeling requirement given in the MDR 2017, that should be mentioned. They have clearly mentioned that manufacturer needs to define the clear full manufacturer's address, name, and product details, and batch number, expiry, and manufacturing sterilization date. So this refer the MDR 2017 for the labeling requirement. Now we comes to the fifth schedule. Fifth schedule is aligned with the ISO 13485 requirement we have already taken. So in this section, there are three types of documents we required: quality manual, design history file, and procedures. We have already discussed in this schedule fifth. So now we are talking about the all over the world regulation. So what is that? The every medical device regulation contains 7 common elements. Every regulation have a definition of the medical devices. Every regulations. Then risk-based classification. Then registration, how to register the medical devices. What is the quality management system? Safety and effectiveness, and how to incident reporting. What will be the method? And then conformity assessment. So this is the formula of the medical device regulation for all over the world. So this is the my purpose to tell the common rules that so manufacturer did not require to generate the document for every regulation for different documents. They can maintain a single document so that the single document can reflect the different reflect the different regulations, because the purpose of the regulation is the same. All regulation want to protect public health and ensure the safety and performance. Ultimately, this is the goal. That's why the regulation is defined. So and due to this, some challenges we are facing, because there is lots of change in medical device, lots of change in regulations, new notification is coming. So we are facing some changes in implementation because of the we have a most of the small scale industry, though generally they have a one man show, because the one single person can handle the 4 to 5 process. So they are not easily understand each and every requirement. It's quite difficult. And generally the small scale manufacturer has a family business. They are running their business 40 to 50 years, since 40 to 50 years. So they did not face any problem in previously to running their business. Now due to the regulation, they are facing some problem. They are not implement this regulation as such. So they need some time to implement this regulation. So that's why they are thinking that maintenance of the quality is a burden, because the single person is handling the lots of the process. So the quality they are thinking this is a burden, and that's why they are moved to the fake quality management system, because they are available in a low cost. And that some of manufacturer is thinking that is first we collect the fund, then we will go for the quality management system implementation. But we should first focus on the quality management system. We should implement the uh, systems in their company. So that's why the generally manufacturer moves to the compliances side. So what is the compliances? That we should differentiate between the quality and compliances first. So quality, first I am taking the quality. Quality is defined as a product and services that delivery intended performance, while compliance is defined as meeting the regulatory requirements. So they want to just comply the requirement, just get the certificate, just get the manufacturing license, by overlook the quality. So what happen if they adopt the compliances? Compliances, if they adopt the compliances that is applicable only for the single audit only, view compliances as a necessary evils, make decisions without the data, because no data is generated, because they are working on only for the single audit uh, purpose. Open up unnecessary risk, plug holes and resources, and fly blind, because there is no data. That's why this always fly blind. So but what happen if they adopt the compliances? The situation before the audit is like that. During the audit, everyone is assuming that all are everything is fine, and we have doing the compliances. But after the audit, situation will be worse. This is the situation if manufacturer adopt the compliances. But when the manufacturer adopt the quality, what happen? What the results if they are adopting the quality? Receive fewer complaints, investigations, and open fewer CAPAs because they are working on the quality. Have lower cost of the quality rated products than their competitors. Increase customer confidence and loyalty. Of course, they are maintaining the quality. Free resources foster innovation and accelerate the new product introductions and are more productive and innovative. So I would recommend that if you adopt the quality, compliance automatically will come. You can automatically achieve the compliance. So focus on the quality. So this is the references where I have taken the reference. So thank you so much for listening me.
Thank you, Miss Sorry. Thank you, Miss Sonika, for the extraordinary presentation that you gave. It was simply yet extraordinarily profound and effective. We move ahead with our next speaker. Satisfaction, trust, positivity, conviction, loyalty, commitment, feeling, and experience. Medical profession is considered to be a noble profession. However, it has been time and again placed under scrutiny. Medical negligence is considered to be one of the most crucial concerns, not just in our country, but throughout the world, and can be taken up in the consumer court. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Prasant Kumar Panda. He is advocate and chairman at Consumer Coordination Council, New Delhi. He has been appointed. He has been appointed as the member of Traffic Management and member of Transport Committee. He has worked as a member of BSNL Advisory Committee, worked as a Divisional Railway Users Consultative Committee, is Vice President of Nationalist Lawyers Forum, and is President of Federation of Consumer Organization Odisha. Please welcome Mr. Prasant Kumar Panda. Mr. Panda. Mr. Panda.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Mr. Panda, unmute yourself. Mr. Panda, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. You are unmuted. Yes, sir. You are unmuted. Please.
Please click on the mute.
No, he's already unmuted.
He's
Sir.
already unmuted, sir. Okay.
But we can't hear you, sir.
We can't hear you,
You are
sir.
unmuted, but we can't hear you.
But we can't hear you.
I think some issue is with the audio.
Sir, you can try
So
logging.
you can try logging in again.
No, sir, we can't hear you.
Sir,
Sir.
we can't hear you, sir.
You'll have to try to log out and log in, sir.
Log in, sir.
Yeah, so Mansi, I think we have Dr. Yagnik who's logged in. So Dr. Yagnik, is that you from Dr. Anoop's connection? If you could unmute yourself, Dr. Yagnik. Yeah. Yes, you are unmuted now, sir. So, Mansi, we
sir.
have Dr. Yagnik here.
Yes, sir. Take care of your body. It's the only place you have to live. Doctors use an assortment of tools and equipments for the diagnosis of treatment of health conditions. And much like the medical practice itself, these tools that doctors used have also changed over the last few years. We hereby welcome Dr. Yagnik Mukund Kumble, who is a cardiologist. His area of specialization is in MBBS, MD General Medicines, Intervention Cardiology, and Diplomate of National Board in Cardiology. Please welcome Dr. Yagnik Kumble.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for the for logging in later. I was held up with a meeting. So, with regards to medical devices and its regulation, I think it's important for everyone to understand that regulations allow us the freedom of, at least in the medical field, regulations allow us the freedom to work without having to worry about a few things. When you're talking about regulations about equipments or instruments, especially when we're working in the OT, it becomes imperative for us to have a standardization of cleaning procedures, of sterilization procedures. And in terms of cardiology, as a medical practitioner, regulation of devices, instruments are important. But also we should understand that we cannot regulate every single step and micromanage every single step in order to enhance performance. The ultimate goal, I think, of this, at least in our field, should be to enhance performance, enhance results, and of course, last but not the least, patient satisfaction. So, yeah, so I think keeping that in mind, we should definitely have products or devices regulated by a standardizing authority. But at the same time, also keep in mind that regulating or micromanaging to the grassroots level may not be possible as being an effective measure in trying to achieve the goal that we're set out to achieve. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Dr. Yagnik, we have the question answer session from 6 to 6:30. Would it be possible for you to, re-log in at about 6:15 so we can, pose those questions at that point of time?
Sure, yeah.
So thank you so much, sir, and we look forward to hearing. We have a couple of questions that have popped up in the chat box, as well as of questions that our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Anil Johri, did want to ask, as whether doctors actually prefer imported devices to regulated or certified devices. So we'll come back to you with all those questions at about 6:15 maybe. That should be good.
Sure,
So 6:15 is when the session is.
Okay.
So we'll look forward to seeing you then, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor, for being such a dedicated, thoughtful, and compassionate doctor that you are. You always go above and beyond the work tirelessly towards a healthy outcome. We move forward with our next speaker, Mr. Panda, Mr. Panda, Prasant Kumar Panda. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Am I audible, madam?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. You are quite audible, sir.
Perfectly audible, sir.
Yes. Okay, because that was the problem for which I could not able to join the last occasion. Now, very good evening to all those who are present in the meeting, the audiences. I represent the CCC as a chairman, Consumer Coordination Council, New Delhi. And with the organization having branches all over the country, about 100, and those who are our members, they are a federation of the states. They are the member of the CCC. We work whenever any ground level problem come to us. We used to negotiate with the government and also solve the problem, try to solve the problem of the consumers. Now, today's occasion, it's a very important day for the organizer, Mr. Kattari, who are the chairman of the organization, to whom I first thank him, as because he has given an opportunity and united many people for a better cause, for betterment of the community, for which we all thinking for the downtrodden people, those who have been exploited by every now and then. Why I say so? Because the main thing is that the human life is very, very precious. Health is much more important than wealth. If you on a bed, if any disease is there, you'll say somebody that you take some money, sleep at my place, and I'm going around a while. Nobody will be available to share this. In this juncture, we the consumers are experienced in a very good way how we suffered during last COVID. And so many devices come for different type of use. What is the use? How you get benefited? That everybody knows. Since last 3 hours, around here it is going to 3 hours, I'm attending this. I listened to Mr. Jena, then Mr. Johri, then Sri Nandan Kumar, then Mehta, and Sonika Yani. They all said about the materials which they have told about the products, and it is certification, regulation, and standard, all this. But think a while to what extent these things are going to the common man, and common man is getting benefit out of it. That is a matter to be think very seriously. In this last COVID time, if you go to buy a oximeter, you will get the meter. Anything goes wrong, again you will go to the shop. See, this is not working, or this is any problem is there. Nobody is there to listen. Why? Because the regulator is not there. Enforcement is not there. The consumers are not intelligent. There is no awareness program. That is the problem. See, a small matter, I am giving an example about the present days. The road accidents in India is so high. That's why it is more every year, more number of people, those who are dying, they are more than the pandemic. So the government made a law. Political will is required, and also enforcement is required, because they have made a law that those who will use the motorbike, they have to use the helmet, and that too, this is ISI certification. But in our case, so but the medical negligence is concerned. When you will go to a doctor, they are giving long prescription, advising to go there and there, that place or this place. Why? Because if the components or the testing equipments are which are fitted there, if it is up to standard, then from anywhere we can get a testing report. Why to a particular place? Is the good machine is there? Nothing is available. The tester is the person, those who are conducting the test, they are also not disclosing what sort of equipment they are using and what is standardized or not. My humble submission before this body on today, that whatever we are doing, if it is not reaching at the end point consumer, end point person, then it has no meaning. Because those who have also delivered this peak, out of 24 hours, each person is 1 hour to, he may be service or may anywhere, but first he is a consumer than anything else. That's why if the consumer is protected in this country, then lot of things can be solved. So in this regard, I am to submit area of consumers and what is their issues, standard and its care, need of the consumer, and required to be, what is the required to be done. These are the points on which I want to submit, and I will finish my speech within the stipulated time which was given to me. So the issues which is related to us, in this regard, I am to submit that you have seen that oximeter. We have also seen that glucometer. We have seen the mask. We have seen the ventilators. There are so many equipments are there. But the consumer is, this pandemic time also, he has been attacked severely that he is not getting which is correct, which is right. Even if he is a right man to purchase a product of particular trademark, and it is also accredited by the regulator or by any accreditation company, that is not there. That's why the consumer is unable to reach at a particular good item, and he is facing a lot of difficulties after purchasing. That's because you go to test the blood sugar, and they will test in a glucometer. That meter and manually those who are checking, there is a difference. Why? Tell us, because we the consumers, we are the payers, we are the users, we should know the reason that we are unable to know. Who will intimate us? To whom we will ask? The same shopkeeper to whom we are going to contact. He has no idea, neither is giving any idea, because before few minutes, Madam also told the unhealthy competition among the manufacturers to sell the product in a lower price. These are the reason for which we are in dark and they are getting the benefit, and we are moving pillar to post to get the help. So this is the scenario of the Indian consumers, not only in any part of the country, in the whole country. So we must look into that. And in this scenario, the regulation which is required, that is already delayed. No further delay is required. It has to be done at the earliest, as a result of which the product will be regulated and product mark will come, the people will test it and use the same. So in this regard, these are the common area from where the people are facing, or the problem those are facing. Even if you go to a laboratory for a test, the test report which the laboratory is supplying, he is giving only name, but whether he is accredited or not, that is also not mentioned. Recently, we also made a survey of the NABL. They have given the laboratory the certification which has been made. We are unable to get, very rare number of people taken this certificate. So the government should come forward and regulations should be made, as a result of which these unscrupulous traders, those who are available in the market, they will find out, they will be regularized and they will be punished. They will be come to the task. They will at least not try to cheat, as a result of which the consumers will at least safe. So they are already late. We propose that no further late in this regard. So now, which is very highly required at this juncture, is that the devices which are being made, that has to be such a device which will safely use. But the devices which are available, I have given two examples of the oximeter and also the glucometers. And mass at the initial stage, when mass came, it is some N95 is became 200, 300. Now it is available in the 1920 rupees. Why this? Because there was no control. So whenever any opportunity comes, the traders available that opportunity for their safety, not for the safety of the consumers, of the people of the nation. So the attitude should be changed. Overnight became a millionaire. That setup which is in the mind, that should be driven, that should be drive out. Then only things will move in a proper safe. Then I am coming to this appropriate price of the and quality. The manufacturer, there is no doubt there is a competition. Once a product is accepted in the market, it is very difficult to remove from the mind of the consumers. In this regard, that if the product is appropriate, if it is chosen by the consumer, if it is in a competitive price, and the consumer will gain faith over that, and they will use it. The standard materials will be used by them. Regulation and regulator, it is already delayed, That's why our suggestion, it shall be as early as possible, as a result of which at least the person, those who are crying and dying, they will save themselves from this scenario. Now, then another valid certification shall be issued to the people. Since no certification, there is no care. They are doing as per their duty. So one certification is made and certification is displayed. When a people will go, when a person or the consumer will go to a particular laboratory or particular place, he will first look into that, whether it is certified or not. The regulations are made for the certification. At the time, the state administration should take care of it, that the persons, those who are doing this trade, they will display about their certification and the NABL certificate, what the regulatory body certificate, as a result of which we can know that if we will do some mistake, then we will also knock the higher door. So by that, the things will be set right. So for our knowledge, whatever we have surveyed in the market, so I am submitting all this. Consumers, besides that also, the consumers of this country is not that intelligent, which is very, very essential. If they are not intelligent, they cannot. They cannot, even though regulation is that they do not know to which shop they will go, whether this or that. Because he has to verify, he must have got knowledge about the and use his intelligence. Then only he can know the things. Otherwise, it is very difficult to bring it to his knowledge. For that also, we are suggesting the government machineries and the companies, those who are working, and various regulator bodies, those who are on the field, they should come forward to make aware to the consumers about genuine product, about their regulation, about their certification. Then only the people can know. Making law in this country, the laws are made day and night. Laws are kept in the book, pages of books. But implementation is very, very poor. Unless and until the system which we are making, the devices which you have made, the certification which has been given, all this has to be worked out. Otherwise, it is very difficult to get the result. So I don't want to take much time. Only three things I will suggest here. Need of the common man after sale. When a particular product is sold, there must be a service for that. After sale, very rarely, nobody renders service. They say that we have to send it to the company. They will give all these hanky-panky things. As a result of which, the consumer is also not get service after the sale. So, to control all this, the state government should make a strong enforcement. The enforcement wing, if work properly, then at least the malady may not go, but 25, 30, 40% can be solved. There is a fear. A fear can change the mind. Some people will go away, some people will remain, some people will do little. So with this, my suggestion, create awareness, enforce the law, make this regulatory process should regulate the system and also give certification. All these things can save the consumers from this juncture. I don't want to take much more time, as the organizer are giving this opportunity to say something. What I am saying about my organizations, about your people, everybody is watching. So as much as the common man will know these things, definitely it will work out and the system will function and the people will remain safe. With this, I am concluding. Thanks to the organizer giving this opportunity. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable inputs. I would also like to thank all the speakers for taking out their time from the busy schedule and sharing their views. We move ahead with the panel discussion. Our panelists, Sharbi, Dr. Sundar Kataria, Mr. Sumit Kataria, Mr. Mrityunjay Jaina, Mr. Anil Johri, Mr. Devang Mehta, Mr. Joshua Rubin, Ms. Sonika Rani, Mr. Prasant, and Dr. Yagnik. Leadership is not about titles, positions, or flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another. Mr. Sumit Kataria is the country manager at International Certification Services. He has completed his BE Mechanical, Diploma in Financial Management, and Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety. His experience includes onshore and offshore fabrication, three-plate construction PEB signages, construction of retail outlets, LPG bottle plants, and POL depots. He is also into certification and inspection activities. He also has experience in cathodic protection services. Please welcome Mr. Sumit Kataria.
Thank you so much, Mansi, and Panda sir. So a very good evening, and I'm sure all the speakers have all of us, like they have blown me away with a lot of conversation and a lot of talk, starting with Jenna sir, who took us through the accreditation gamut, the certification gamut, and how the framework of ICMed works, along with the ICMed 90013485, and then the ICMed Plus, which is upcoming. Followed by which we had a power session right from the heart, and Anil Johri I've always appreciated for his extempo talks, and he can talk on anything under the sun. I've always known that about him, and every time I listen to him, it's music to the ear. So we had a beautiful session of how the standard started off and where and how it proceeded all through the way, and where it is coming and how it's going to shape up further. We had an insight from BIS onto the standards, onto their infrastructure, on their development, on the webinars that they do. They've always invited all of us, so I'm sure we should encash that opportunity, their visions and new initiatives, followed by a very skillfully picked up issues and places where we need to look at by Devang Mehta ji. Very well has picked up the key essence points of where, what points the manufacturers need to take, followed by Joshua ji, who, said he played in the mid-wicket zone, and he said that very well and valid points he put, stating that you have a bouquet of flowers and which flower or which standard to actually choose from, and is it not confusing? So we'll get there as well. Followed by Sonika ji, who took us through the MDR, typically the Schedule 4, Schedule 5 requirements, and a practical tip of implementation and the challenges there too. We took us, Yagnik ji had a very short stint with us, and Dr. Yagnik spoke about, that we should not try to put regulations at the bottommost tier and try to regulate everything, because you just might suddenly slow up the engine. That was his inhibition. We should talk about that as well. And then Panda sir, who says that the customer is king, and everything, whatever you do, you look at it from the customer perspective, and that's where we need to be. So quickly, we will open the floor, and I request everybody to put up your questions in the chat box, which we will take. There are a couple of questions which we will take them right away. My first question that I wish to put is from the first speaker, Shri Jenna sir. So Jenna sir, good evening. And accredited versus non-accredited, that's $1 million question. So who chooses that, and how do we increase the awareness? So the question is, how does a customer know actually whether he's going for accredited services or a non-accredited services? I'm sure QCI is doing their bit and others are doing their bit, and we all are pushing, but we still have, I don't think we're at the tip of the iceberg also, because we've not reached there. We still have unaccredited floating all over the place. What do you think the challenges are, and how this is to be taken care? Over to you, Jenna sir.
Thank you. Yes, very rightly mentioned, accredited, unaccredited, that all the chain of this total cycle has to understand, starting from the industry who is going for the certification, or the certification body providing the services of certification or specifically. I would say here the regulators and the, because the regulator or the ministries, they or the public sector undertaking, they are the main user. The bulk of services or the products that had been consumed or the used by the these regulators. So it is a really very great challenge for even NABCB and the QCI also, to make them understand what is the difference, why you will go for a accredited certification. So it was a challenge for everybody, means all the countries, also globally it was a challenge. Gradually we I cannot say if 100% I am successful in India making the regulator understand. We have started means making them understand for last 7, 8, 10 years, but now at least I should say at least 50% they have understood, and they are mentioning the bids or the tenders whenever there is a requirement for the certification or the product. They are started mentioning the accredited certification or the inspection. Similarly, they are also mentioning in the regulations that should be a third party inspection or the certification. That is one part. Second part is, in most of the implementation case, certification or inspection, the consultants are also providing a major role in deciding from which certification, which inspection body, which sort of accreditation has to be provided to their client. Client means here is the manufacturer or the service provider, the users of the certification. So in India, we also started during Mr. Has started making the consultants understand what is the difference between accredited and unaccredited, what the benefit the consultant is going to get. It's not the organization, the consultant also is going to get. So they in that case in India, we have propagated some sort of through awareness programs, then make them understand what is accreditation, benefits of accreditation, how it is accepted globally, their clients' products or the certificates or the inspection reports if they export to outside their product. So it is no doubt it was a challenge, and it is a challenge for presently, but all you have to understand. And also I should mention here, the CCC president is here, Mr. Panda, that we have also started for last nearly about 8-10 years that we used to have for at least 4 awareness programs through CCC, Consumer Coordination Council, and they, to make them understand, the consumers, not the industry, the consumers, the common man, to make them understand what are the products, what are the services you are getting that you should look for. It is coming from a certified, accredited, certified or inspected mean conformity assessment sources. So rely on accreditation. Otherwise, what will happen? There are certification body or there are certificates issued in the market which doesn't have any value. Means if there is a complaint, nobody is going to handle this complaint. That can be escalated. If there is a complaint which is not handled by the organization, manufacturers or the service provider, that can be handled by the certification body. And the certification body, if it is not properly handled by the certification, that can be escalated. Final focus is the consumer. Consumer get satisfied. So I should say it was a challenge. It is a challenge, but we are trying to make it understandable to all the chains of this supply chain, that accredited certificate has value, whereas the unaccredited certificate has no value. So one should rely on, like regulators, everybody has to understand. So if you are spending some money, get the benefits. So the benefit of that should be accepted globally. There should not be any question on the product or services that has been certified. So that's my solution. What am I? Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. That was really well taken, sir. I'd like to move with the same question to Johri Sahib. Johri Sahib, is this a scenario that is typical to India, or it is a global phenomenon? Because you're widely traveled and the international. You've done a lot of peer evaluations. Is this actually predominant everywhere? The challenge for accredited, non-accredited, and the challenge to drive and push standards. Is it so hard to push standards everywhere? Yes, sir. Sir, you will have to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sumit, coming to the issue of accredited and unaccredited, it's a challenge everywhere. And this is an evolving process. IAF took a decision some time back that if a certification body is accredited for any scope, it cannot issue unaccredited certificates. Before that, that you could issue an accredited certificate or an unaccredited certificate, even though you were accredited, but no longer. So it's an evolving process. But to me, a bigger problem than accredited and unaccredited is the fact that there are certification bodies in the market, in Indian market, who are claiming accreditation from accreditation bodies having addresses in Europe or in US, but which are not part of IAF system at all.
Right.
Which is worse than getting an accredited certificate from, say, ICS. You might give an accredited certificate, unaccredited certificate. You are a recognized certification body which is accredited, which follows international processes. And here is a certification body which says, I am accredited by Global Accreditation Board, UK. Now, there's nothing like that. In UK, the official accreditation body is UCAS. And in medical devices, thanks to Rajiv Nath, I have with me at least 100 such certificates. So in medical device industry, 13485 is full of certificates issued by certification bodies claiming accreditation from accreditation bodies who we don't know who they are.
Wow.
So to me, that's the bigger problem. And to answer to this, this has been discussed in the government. I have been part of those discussions. Somehow in government, things move not as quickly. The answer to this is that we need to regulate certification bodies in India. So that today we do not even know how many certification bodies are there in India. Nobody has a count. You don't even know because there's no register. There's no legal requirement of any kind for a certification body. Tomorrow, Jaina has just left NABCB. Tomorrow, he can start Mrityunjay Jaina and Certification Associates, and he can start a certification body sitting at home, having just a legal entity. Yes, he will have to create a legal entity, go to ROC, get the certificate. Fine. So I think in India, the answer is that we need to have a regulation in place because the problem is much greater here, it seems, but it is there everywhere. So there have been task forces at international level for counterfeit certificate. Right now, there's going on for fraudulent behavior of certification bodies. So there are, these are global concerns, and especially in COVID, there were all kinds of certificates flying around all over the world. So while this is a problem everywhere, we can't shy away from facing it in our own territory and finding a solution of our own, regardless of whether it's there elsewhere or not.
Right.
So to my mind, we need to do that. And to me, it seems regulation is the answer. We need to have a regulation clearly in place for certification bodies.
I have a suggestion. Can't we have a C, like C has got a number for a certified body? Can't we have a number for a particular body?
We would have a number, but who would give that number? C does it because there's a law in place. Here, there is no law in place. So who will give that number? There's no obligation to go to NABCB for accreditation. NABCB is the official accreditation body, but there's no legal requirement that anybody should go to NABCB. We have been in competitive. I have been CEO of NABCB. We have been in competitive market ever since we were born, because when we were born in year 2000, there were already foreign accreditation bodies operating in India. Dr. Kataria knows better than me that JASANS was here, UCAS was here, DAX was here. There were already foreign accreditation bodies operating in India. So there's no, it's again, that's why I said regulation, because unless there's a law in place, you can't exercise any power, and that law is not there right
now. So we could say the MDR is a stepping stone to that law, and somewhere things are going to get very, very nice and...
No, MDR advantage is that at least for medical devices, you know that only certification bodies accredited by NABCB are acceptable. For 13485, IF member bodies are also acceptable. Yes. But going forward only... So my advice to any medical device manufacturer today would be, go to a CDSCO notified body, for even ISO 13485 certificate.
Correct.
Because tomorrow you are going to get some benefit of audit time reduction when you show a 13485 certificate. So it's better to go to a notified body. My advice would always be, out of whatever bodies are there, just look at the list of CDSU, go to one of them, even for 13485.
Yes. So that in fact, supplements to what Devang Mehta had a concern that, the notified bodies, irrespective of being notified, are, not regulated by the price, irrespective of CDSU has aligned the price. So that he made that thing while you were not there. So
I was there. Actually, I never left.
Okay,
and I was looking at the slides all the time while I was attending another meeting.
Okay.
So I saw Mr. Mehta's slides, which said that
so is it actually possible? Is it actually possible that the CDSE or notified body can actually charge more than the regulated price?
Now, please remember that CDSU has fixed a price for the notified body audit, not for ISO 13485 certificate.
Perfect.
It has fixed a price for notified body audit. So when you go, and I don't think anybody has gone through yet an audit by the notified body for the purpose of MDR.
So
there they are supposed to charge what is fixed. But for ISO 13485 certificate, they can charge freely because there is no bar.
Lovely. So I have a very interesting equation that comes up in this. When you go for the CDSU, which is the MDR, as a notified body, when a client comes to you, so typically the mandate calculations are simple. You would do 1 mandate or 2 mandate if you are doing only MDR, whereas if you would do another 8 mandates if you are doing 13485.
Absolutely. Yes.
So now comes the catch. So if I am doing MDR, I would, within that same gamut, I would split my 13485 as a separate certification and a MDR as a separate certification to gain advantage. Would I do that?
See, MDR audit today, if you are going to audit QMS from scratch, a body which is not certified at all, a manufacturer who is not certified at all, then you would end up calculating mandates for that audit. No, for MDR Schedule 5 is equivalent to 13485.
Perfect.
So IF MD 9 should apply there also, and I would tentatively use IF MD 9 and fix my mandates.
Perfect.
Only thing is, the one mandate that you're talking about only comes into play when you are ISO 13485 certified already.
Correct.
And then you go for a notified body ad. So there is only a one day's audit needed.
Yes, perfect. So Mehta sir, you were saying something.
Yes, sir. So currently there are only 8 notified bodies.
Correct.
If I am not wrong, conservatively, there will be 1,000 companies who wants to go for the notified body certification for the product as on today.
Right.
Tell me how many.
It is not practical.
Can somebody tell me how many manufacturers are there in India? AMET says they have 350 to 400 members.
Sir, actually speaking, there must be that number is not predictable or achievable because there are so many small micro manufacturers even in
so that
unorganized sector.
Perfect.
So the of manufacturers are very high, and there are only 8 notified bodies. Notified bodies are not able to give time for the audit, and again, it is not practical for notified body as well as the manufacturer. So the amount of mandates and everything is, though it is defined by CDSU, it is never followed.
Then see, 2 things. Number 1, as of today, a notified body audit is only needed for class A. I mean, notified body audit is only prescribed for class A and B devices. Number 1.
Correct.
Number 2, it is needed only for the 37 notified devices today.
Yes, sir, 350, not 37. From 37.
37 categories.
350.
Okay.
37
categories.
categories.
Okay. Agreed. 37 categories, approximately 400 devices.
Yes.
Yeah. So, so it is needed only for those people. Now, I don't know how many such manufacturers are there, but I would be surprised because I have seen the ability of private sector to respond has been very high in India. I can give you a couple of examples right now. One example, I mean, for all of us to see is that when we started COVID last year, we had, ICMR started with 55 NABL accredited labs for a particular technique. Okay. And today we have gone to some, 1,000, 1,500 labs in a year's time. I'll give you a second example. We had on 1st of September 2017, when we issued a toy notification for toys, for imports only, not even a domestic notification, there were 4 toy labs. Within a year, there were 50. So to my mind, market demand would drive. I am surprised to hear what you're saying, because if there's market demand of this nature, there should have been more certification bodies, because we know, and Jena knows, by a rough estimated, there are 250 certification bodies in India. By a very conservative estimate, 250.
But
so if there is a market demand, then to my mind, this number should increase.
Right. So, but then with the discussion, there is a very pertinent question that I wish to put forward, sir. A lot of people are actually not manufacturers, but wish to claim subcontracted manufacture within the scope. That's how I think the number difference between what envisaged by Johri sir of 250 is about 2,500 at your end. See, there is a common consensus of two parts. One is a manufacturer is an unregulated guy, and someone picks up the materials or get it subcontracted manufacturer, and probably when it is sterilization and packing or only 3D engraving of the number or brand is done at their premises, they also wish to claim subcontracted manufacturing scope. That's where the difference in count is, sir, I think.
Yes, sir. MDR does not specify or differentiate between legal manufacturer and actual manufacturer. So
right.
The biggest problem here that legal manufacturer, in MDR, in the labeling requirement, they have mentioned that on the label you should have an actual manufacturer address.
Correct.
It is possible to have an actual manufacturer address. It is a real mess in this labeling requirement.
Correct.
In fact, I have raised the issue with the CDSCO also about this, that in the loan license, how can a loan license company will write actual manufacturer's address on the label? Then what is the question of loan license? It's not branding like pharma. They are mixing the pharma and drugs and cosmetics into medical device, and that is
correct. This is a challenging task, because we receive a lot of inquiries where they say that the manufacturer is someone else and he's absolutely not regulated, and they're like artsmen and craftsmen who are you like blades. I tell you, blades are manufactured in premises where you wouldn't imagine, and they come to your place, and then engraving, packing, sterilization if required is done at the manufacturer, and that's where they claim manufacturer. So they don't even wish to put the address of where it is getting manufactured. That's where the count is. Okay.
Practical.
So this will go on, and I think this is one shade of gray within the entire gamut. Coming to Chandanji. Chandanji, do we envisage a day where normal CVs will be able to use your standards for certification?
You are putting Chandan in a problem.
so when is there any such possibility that you see widespread? Because that's $1 million question where BIS is sitting. I was surprised to see the number of standards and the rich knowledge wealth that you all carry, sir.
Thank you for this question. I think this question is very relevant in the current context, and I will like to share my experience. I have been attached with the medical equipment department for last 5 years, more than 5 years. So I see that we have formulated like 1,400 standards that we have, out of which around 1,000 standards are product standards. So a license can be issued against that standard if any manufacturer applied. I see that currently we only have around 250 licenses for medical devices for around 55 standards. But I see that ever since there has been more awareness among the manufacturers community, especially if we talk about electromedical medical devices standards, we have been receiving such requests, such applications for license. Like recently, we have in our Chandigarh branch office, we have received applications for ECG machines. Then they are also applying for EEG and EF. So all these standards are harmonized with the IEC standard. They are latest standards. We keep them updated. So all these, in fact, I'm happy to share that in electromedical standards, all our standards, you will find them harmonized with the IEC standards. So there we have adopted the global standards, and there is no gap There is I see that there has been a lot of interest. I think it also comes from like on the GEM portal. They are referring to that if you have these standards, then it will be useful for them to get the tender. So that is also helping. I certainly see that there has been growing interest for BIS license. And I hope that this trend will continue, and we will keep receiving more and more such requests. I actually like 2-3 years ago, when the medical devices rules were not implemented, we were not, there was not so much interest, and because of that our standardization will also suffered. Because only when the manufacturers community will take interest, then we will get more inputs.
Absolutely.
Our standards will be more relevant.
Absolutely.
So I see this trend, and I hope that it will continue, and I think the manufacturers community will pitch up and they will go for BIS.
Can I ask you one more question, sir?
Sure.
Yeah. If the standards are the same for CE marking, understand the product is certified by nationalized laboratories, right? And when we have 13485 certified, when both these things are together, now body has quoted me 80 lakhs for giving. After these two things are there, I approached BIS. BIS, why should I pay a foreign body 80 lakh rupees when I have got the certificate from a national laboratory certifying my product and 13485 from BIS? Now, why can't you give me a certificate which certifies that this is compliant? So till it has taken me 2 years from now, I've been visiting your office day in and day out. Can somebody help us for this, sir?
Sir, certainly. Is it regarding a specific product you are talking about?
Yeah, it is for anesthesia workstation, sir.
Joshua ji, that will get a little specific to the context, and I'll share Chandan ji's number with you offline, and y'all can, patch up in. I'm coming to Joshua ji's question, which was very interesting, and he said there are so many standards. You have the ISO IEC standards, you have the BIS standards, and then you have further the 13485, and again the ICMED 9, ICMED 13485, ICMED Plus. Amongst this bouquet, which flower is one to actually pick up, which is most relevant to him and mandatory? Because again, pitching in from Sonika mentioned a beautiful thing, which is compliance versus quality. And compliance or quality की दौड़ में आज की तारीख में we are very proficient in coming to compliance, basic compliance level की वो meet करना है. अब इसमें sir, how do you fit in? How do I answer Joshua's question, sir? Yes, Jory साहब, your insight, and then Jena sir का भी insight लेंगे.
See, it's very. I would look at it this way. Number one, if I am a manufacturer today of medical devices, I'll look at medical devices rules that this is what I am going to deal with in future, even if it's 2 years away. So I have to meet what? A, BIS standard, B, product standard, B, QMS Schedule 5. These are the two things which are required to be followed. So I would start looking at these two. How do I meet these two? Now, the problem is at this point of time, if there is no regulation and I need a certification of some kind, which Joshua seems to be needing now. His problem is he's not getting a certification that he needs. Then either now you have two options. Either you go to BIS if you need a certification against BIS standard, or you go to ICMED Plus if you need a certification against a foreign standard. Because the domain is very clear. BIS will certify only to BIS standards. ICMED Plus cannot certify to BIS standards. The only overlap is where BIS has adopted international standards. You have two options now. If you say, like he said, electromedical, all standards are same as international standards. You have an option to go to either of them. Both ways you can do it. This will issue against IS. Now, also please remember that post application of medical devices rules, no certification is needed as far as domestic market is concerned. They only ask for audit of notified bodies, not certification. So my question as an industry would be, okay, if I today take BIS certification or ICMED Plus, 2 years down the line when the regulation is fully in place, I don't need either of them because all I need is license and being audited by notified body or the regulator himself in case of C&D, and I'm done. Now only problem would be when I'm exporting, what do I need? In exporting, I know I have to meet US FDA requirement, I have to meet CE requirement. So my choice would govern like this. First, today, if I need to demonstrate in the domestic market that I comply to some standards, I have an option of going for 2 voluntary certifications. One is BIS, one is ICMET Plus. If I'm an exporter, I would look at ICMET Plus more because the standards are likely to be foreign standards, which are understandable by my client. BIS standards may not all be harmonized, as has been said already. But I will also look at that ultimately I have to meet BIS standards and Schedule 5. So I must start preparing for that 2 years down the line. I would not suggest that you should surrender ISO 13485 certificate, but that works globally. So I would hold on to that certificate. But I would, if I was industry, I would certainly look at again 2 years down the line when medical device rules are fully in place. I would certainly look at whether BIS certification or ICMET certification gives me any value or not, because now certification is no longer needed. 13485 will certainly give you value.
Correct.
Continue to give you value. But whether BIS certification will give me value, I keep pushing BIS that please get your certification recognized abroad. Foreign industries, we should be looking at industry. How can we make things easier for the industry? And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, this is not looked at. If we are regulated, then the best thing that can happen to industry is the regulated product as regulated is accepted abroad. So if under MDR I am regulated, same product is accepted abroad, that's the best for me. I don't have to do anything extra. But that's not happening in India because we are not complying with, we are not putting international standards into our regulations. That's the first failing. Chahe food ho ya medical devices ho. So actually I was always in favor of putting ISO IC standards as first, BIS standards as second, rather than the other way around. So that whoever meets ISO IC standards, then we can say he is now meeting your concept of notified bodies with accreditation is internationally harmonized. So people who use ISO IC standards and under MDR, to my mind, should be accepted as they are. We should be able to negotiate. And I am in part of commerce negotiations right now. And we are talking in these terms. I am part of the team in commerce, part of commerce. So that's how I would look at. So this is a very careful choice to be made by the industry on what certification to hold for. But certainly a 13485 certification, I mean, there's no denying, it has a global value, should be held on.
Sir, the Indian MDR, will it ever get equivalent to the EU MDR where, if you have the Indian MDR and you can export your product outside, you don't need the CE mark or the EU MDR. Are we looking at that kind of compatibility in the near future, even if after 5-7 years and that compatibility, if we get there, that's the point where multiple certifications will come to a stagnation?
See, my answer remains that unless MDR is harmonized with global standards, until that happens, it will not happen. And I have clearly given in my presentation where it is not harmonized. A, its QMS is still 2003 version. Please change it. Why are we taking so much time? B, when you say BIS standards and a BIS standard is not harmonized, you have produced BIS standards for coveralls, which is far from international. You have produced a BIS standard for ventilators called COVID-19 ventilators, which is far from international.
Yes.
Despite having international standards in place.
Correct.
So how do you expect that those products will be accepted abroad? They will not be.
Correct.
So as simple as that.
Again, I have a very practical question that came to us a couple of months back. Somebody wanted certification against ISO 16603. That's a typical standard for overalls and textiles, basically. So up textiles mein kaisa hai, sir? The standard absolutely says in spick and span, you take synthetic blood, put a liter of synthetic blood, keep it for this much amount of time. Now, how and where does one do the test, and how and where and who accepts the test? And that's the question. How and where does one manufacturer overcome that?
16603, if I remember right, is a test method standard.
Correct.
So there cannot be any certification against that.
Right.
You can't certify against a test method standard.
Perfect. That's well taken, sir. But where to test it?
Yeah. Test, my advice would be go to Enable website, look at accredited lab, get it tested in an accredited lab. That's it. And you could argue even with a foreign buyer that it's coming from an accredited lab, or even a foreign regulator that coming from an accredited lab, which is equivalent to your accreditation. Good thing is that both NABCB for certification and inspection, and NABL for labs, are at par with any accreditation body around the world. Any accreditation body. In fact, in certain ways, I can tell you that we were ahead of UCAS and tax, etc., and US accreditation bodies. In fact, I joked with the US FDA person, one of the trade dialogues. I was part of India-US trade dialogue, and I joked with the US FDA person. I said, US FDA has issued a regulation in food where they will assess the accreditation bodies. They are doing it right now. So I told them, I said, your own accreditation bodies do not have international equivalence for food safety management system, and you are telling me that you will come and assess me who has an international equivalence for FSMS. What joke is that? I mean, because it's US FDA, so it's US FDA. Come on. I mean, so people like me are able to argue in an international forum and tell them off.
Absolutely. No. Sir, well taken, sir. We are actually running out of time. I'll take two questions. One question comes from Sham Sharma, and Sham Sharma very, very skillfully is put that if at the end of the day it's 13485 required, then why do I need to do the ICMED? And that I'll push to Jenna ji. So why does, if we are so vocal about 13485, then how do we think we're going to get the ICMEDs done?
Exactly. So,
which ICMED? Which ICMED?
Yeah, which level? Which level? Level 1, level 2, or level 3?
So level 2 and 3.
Okay. So let's talk about level 2, that is ICMED level 2, that is ICMED 13485, which is based on the ISO 13485 2016, underline 2016, not 2003, which is equivalent to Schedule 5 of MDR 2017, which is also mentioned by Johri sir just now. That is the issue of equivalenting this MDR in future with any regulation. So why this? If it is already 13485, why this ICMED? ICMED is not only, I am talking about ICMED level 2, that is ICMED 13485. ICMED 13485, in my presentation also, I mentioned that ICMED level 2 is not only ISO 13485 2016, but also MDR 2017. When I am talking about MDR 2017, it includes this labeling requirement, environmental requirements as per the Annex A of MDR 2017, and also this essential principles requirement depicted in the MDR 2017. But in addition to that, which is not in MDR and ISO 13485, those are the rework, maintenance, then the installations, services, repair, all these activities are the additional. So when I am going for a certification as a manufacturer, also I have to see not only regulation, but also what are the issues I am going to face, and I am going to resolve it. So those all are available in ICMED 13485 or ICMED Plus.
Perfect.
To simply let me add to what Jena said, just to simply, number one, ICMED 13485 today subsumes ISO 13485 2016 version as well as Schedule 5.
Correct.
So if you are ICMED 13485 certified, your audit time should be 0.
Correct.
That's a benefit. I don't know whether QCI is talking about it or not. Because if you are ISO 13485 certified, you spend 1 day audit. But if you are ICMED 13485 certified, you don't need any audit, zero. Because it's already subsumed. And as far as Plus is concerned, I thought in my presentation I made it clear. Until regulations kick in, how do I prove, how do I get my equipment certified? Either go to BIS and get certified to BIS standards, as Chandan has said, or go to ICMED Plus and get certified to any foreign standard that you want.
Yeah.
That's it. If market demands that, people will go for it. If they don't, people will not go for it. As simple as that.
Okay. So there's a question from Anand ji. He says, contract manufacturer shows inability to show the device file due to their principal does not share, and they have this common term that they use confidential information, or it is our manufacturing trade secret. How is this to be handled?
No information is confidential. All of us are bound by confidentiality. If you want to get certified, please show me what I need to see to check compliance to the standard. Anything beyond compliance to the standard, you can keep to yourself. But whatever I need to see to check compliance to the standard, you have to show me. I am bound by confidentiality. And if you don't show me, don't get certified.
Yeah.
That's absolutely well said. Yes, Kataria sir, you need to add something, please.
Here, big challenge is what we face. Contractual manufacturers, main company get away from the design and development. They say, I have got it from the customer or I have got it from manufacturer, and he doesn't want to part any information. That is a big challenge for us. And I think on the certificate, we should write contractual manufacturer. If we are giving the manufacturer, we should specify it is a contractual manufacturer, and the contractual manufacturer name should also come, because ultimately his liability is also there.
Sir,
otherwise what will happen? Who is a supplier? He
But
will
that's-
say, I don't have any control.
correct. But
ultimately,
that's exactly the point, sir. The manufacturer today getting subcontracted manufacturing, selling it under his brand name, does not want this to appear anywhere in the certificate. Let's have Sonika ji's quick view on this, because she's dealing with the customers and implementing the standards. How, ma'am, you'll have to unmute yourself and let us know your opinion. Are people who are not manufacturing okay with the scope of subcontracted manufacture very clearly specified on their certificate scope?
Thank you, sir. Actually, I want to add something. As per the 13485 requirement, they have mentioned the outsource control.
Correct.
So they have clear cut defined that if you have an outsource process, so you need to define the how you are controlling the outsource process. So the manufacturer needs to demonstrate how they are controlling their outsource process. It may be any process. It may be any manufacturing process, maybe testing process, or maybe any other process. So they need to demonstrate in this way so that they can control this kind of things.
Yeah, ma'am, that is okay, but the audit will have to be done at the subcontracted manufacturers is the question mark.
Yeah,
that is something that they don't want. The problem is there, ma'am. I understand what you're saying, and I understand where the standard is, and the standard is absolutely spick and span. It is the requirement of the industry. They say whatever has to be checked, you check at my place. Subcontracted manufacturer, we do not visit. How is that? Why is that sentiment within the manufacturer? And that question goes to both Joshua ji and Mehta sahab also.
Sir, if you have controlled the process, and if you justify that you have, so critical supplier audit is a question mark in any quotation request form of the certification body.
Correct.
And if you demonstrate and if you prove that you have control over the process done at the critical supplier, then there is no need of the audit of the critical supplier. But you have to justify it and you have to prove that you have a full control of the complete process and product.
Sir, some process that is a critical process, maybe like crystallization process or maybe some coating process. So certification body needs to audit to particular that process also. That should be done.
But if 13485 themselves, if they have a certification in place, if the critical supplier has a certification, then there is no need of the audit, right?
So Johari Sahab and Jana sir, we'd like to hear from you on this.
Well, frankly, as a certification body, if there were critical processes outsourced, I would like to audit them.
Yes. Correct.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
I would not let a critical process be not audited and grant the certificate.
In spite of that, we prove and we demonstrate that we have a full control.
Yes, in spite of that. Yes.
So exactly.
Whereas we are able to prove that there is no change in the process and it is totally controlled by us.
Still, yes. I wouldn't grant, if critical processes are outsourced, I wouldn't grant you a certificate without having audited the process.
And that's very well said, sir. And it's coming right from the accreditation, and it's very important. And because this message has to be clear that irrespective of everything, if the activity is happening, at least you will need to take a sneak peek within the activity, what is happening, how it is happening, what are your kind of controls, because it will not take time to go for things to get out of control. And how much can you check at your size? Plus a lot of times, let us not underestimate that a lot of times these products do not even have batch numbers. Like scissors, knives, blades, they are not batch numbered. They come in bundles. You don't even have traceability. You will not have a callback mechanism. So it becomes very crucial at some point of time. But this is where and this is where the path of resistance is, I think. If this path of resistance is well spoken and well cleared, I don't think there are any challenges in implementation. With that note, sir, I think I have overshot by 21 minutes. And if there's one gentleman, Mr. Patil, Mr. Nadgoda Patil has raised his hand for a very long time. Well, Vivek, can you please give rights to Patil sir to unmute himself? Vivek? Patil sir, please unmute yourself, and if you have a question, or is it by mistake?
So I think he has left the session.
Okay, chalo, perfect. So I will pass it on to Negi ji. Thanks for your time, and it's been a very, very, very powerful session. And thanks for your time. Over to you, Negi ji.
Yeah, thank you, Sumit ji. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once a great man whispered, feeling thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Today, I take this opportunity to put all my gratitudes into words. It is an honor to have been asked to offer a vote of thanks on the occasion of Golden Jubilee celebration of Sadgun Sangh. On behalf of Sundar Jasaram Kataria Foundation and International Certification Services Management, we would like to thank our chief guest and keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Johri, for taking his precious time and gracing this occasion. Sir, indeed, your words have always inspired us. Your style and knowledge is amazing, superb. Thank you, sir. I thank all the speakers, Mr. Mrityunjay Jaina, Mr. Chandan Kumar, Mr. Debang Mehta, Mr. Ruben, Ms. Sonika Rani, Mr. Dr. Yagnik, and Advocate Prasant Panda, who graced with their presence and guidance. Thank you all for sharing with us your words of wisdom. We also thank Mr. Sumit Kataria for anchoring a very healthy panel discussion. We have been fortunate to be mentored and guided by our CMD, Dr. Sundar Kataria. You have been a constant inspiration and given us a lot of encouragement. Thank you, sir. We want to extend our generous thanks to all the delegates for their presence this evening and every Saturday morning. You always help us in carrying out such important events. This Golden Jubilee credit goes to you. Because of you, we could make it happen. Last but not least, I thank all my colleagues from admin, IT, marketing, and finance for working week after week and run this show. I once again thank everyone for making this event successful. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. God bless you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the foundation for the 50th Golden Jubilee. It was a pleasure being here, and I enjoyed. While I was away in the meeting, I was looking at the slides and from the manufacturers especially. What are they saying and what is the feedback from the industry? Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Johri sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johri sir, and thank you, Jaina ji, and thank you, Chandan ji. Thank you. Thank you, Mehta sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kataria.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you to all. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being the part of Sadgun Sangh on medical perspective. Wish you all a happy evening.
Thank you.
तीर की तरह तू चल चूके ना निशाना, तीर की तरह तू चल चूके ना निशाना। लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना, लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना। तीर की तरह तू चल चूके ना निशाना, तीर की तरह तू चल चूके ना निशाना। लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना। अच्छा लगा। हौसला दिलों में है, जोश है, तेरे साथ तिरंगा है, ये विजय का उद्घोष है। तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, अब जीत को अंजाम दे। तीर की तरह तू तीर की तरह तू ना निशाना, लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना, लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना। से उठा के सर इस खेल में तू कर गुजर, हिंदुस्तान पुकारे तू छू ले जाके शिखर। इस मिट्टी की शान है तू, चल सीना अब तान ले, टीम इंडिया जीतेगी बाजी, ज़माना अब जान ले। तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, अब जीत को अंजाम दे। तीर की तरह तू चल, चूके ना निशाना, तीर की तरह तू चल, चूके ना निशाना, लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना, लक्ष्य तेरा सामने है, जीत के है आना। ये खेल नहीं तेरा, अपना स्वाभिमान है, गली गली में उमंगे हैं, गोल्ड का अरमान है। इस मिट्टी की शान है तू, चल सीना अब तान ले, टीम इंडिया जीतेगी बाजी, ज़माना अब जान ले। तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, तू ठान ले, अब जीत को अंजाम दे। जान से खेलेंगे, दम लगा के खेलेंगे, हम खेले तो जीतेंगे, बस जीत है ठिकाना। दिल जान से खेलेंगे, दम लगा के खेलेंगे, हम खेले तो जीतेंगे, बस जीत है ठिकाना। दिल जान से खेलेंगे, दम लगा के खेलेंगे, हम खेले तो जीतेंगे, बस जीत है ठिकाना।